Welcome to today's session of Mario Maker 1, as we are 2 days away from the shutdown. This will be the second last stream. Tomorrow will be the last, because the shutdown, I believe, happens at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and whatever that is. I think that must be midnight Europe. Or, no, that would be midnight UTC, and then Europe would be ahead by 1. I think we're all aligned now. Anyway, the short of it is, this will be the second last stream that we do of Super Mario Maker 1 on live servers. And as for the future of this game beyond that, well, we'll just have to see. But we must begin with a word of acknowledgement today for the first verified human clear of Trimming the Herbs right before the deadline, a clear by Sanix just a couple of hours ago. And I think the sense of closure is beginning to set in. Yeah, and Mario, I believe that's 4 p.m. Pacific. I actually just checked to see if I could find the shutdown time on the official announcements, but it is going to be 4 p.m. Pacific Sunday. And that's what was in the Nintendo of America announcement. Regardless, congratulations to Sanix for bringing closure to Team 0%. I actually just heard about an hour ago or less that the domain also expired for the old code site that was used for all the codes for 1, 2, and 3YMM. There's a new link for it, but it seems like, things are kind of coming together all coincidentally as the game begins to wind down. And so we'll be winding down here ourselves and taking care of as much unfinished business as we're able. Beginning with this level by D.I. Progan, one of the last remaining levels that was submitted to me via the Discord. D.I. Progan is somebody who has been a long-time contributor to our stream in Maker 2. Actually, he was one of the very early regulars on my Maker 2 program with his own series of Mario POW delivery puzzles, and so today we'll get to see a Maker 1 precursor to that that he sent me. It's part of a larger series, but this one is called Mario POW Delivery All-in-One, and maybe it's all in one. With Gratoffy here holding the record as well. Let's see it. Yeah, we will not get through nearly as much as I would like of Maker 1, but we'll see if eventually we manage to get the solution for continuing the game through the data dump by Pretendo Network when that comes together. I think the idea here is that each of these is going to dunk a POW, and we're supposed to time it such that we're going to stack 5 POWs together, which will then allow me to stand here. And perhaps jumping on this note block will allow me to claim this as well on the way over. And it says POW pointing to Muncher. I'm just guessing here from experience with some of D.I. Progan's other levels in the past. I think it's going to be the case. And then we'll have to time this accurately. I said accurately. And then for this jump, we'll try to make it all the way over to the coin. And then we get to ride it out. Once we ride it out, we should be able to unstack towards the Muncher. Oh, we gotta hit. And yeah, best we just sort of POWs into each other, then there's no question of them actually landing on a target. 3 to 2 to 1. I don't know what that means. Oh, yeah, okay. I had to react rather quickly there. Oh, and then it's 2. Yeah, okay, no, I accidentally grabbed that. I was trying to stand on it. It says 3 to 2 to 1 because you're supposed to unstack one at a time. Alright, let's try to build a stack accurately this time. Yeah, I just had a bit of an accidental grab. Oh, that was almost off kilter. And Kyabek, welcome! Hope you've been doing well. I've been frantically grabbing codes and filling out my course spot. I only just got the idea from somebody yesterday, actually told me that they just started a whole bunch of extra profiles in a weed archive what they could. Nostalgia and sadness is getting to you. Yeah, me too. And, you know, I wasn't even around for the most active parts of the game. But we have seen so much in recent weeks. And enough to really miss everything that we're going to see go away. Kalvik, you suggested the Puzzling 2, I think, by Goodkin. We actually just played that at the end of yesterday's stream because I was kind of curious about that one. And because I saw that you'd sort of mentioned that as a particularly memorable puzzle. And whoops, oh, that's not good enough. Let's start over. Yes, I found it. Let me see if I can dig out the code here with the Puzzling 2. And yeah, I didn't get to do the whole set by Goodkin because we just didn't have time. And I've been doing a lot of single levels over the past week or so since we just don't have time to do complete profiles anymore. And yeah, I can see why I made such a strong impression because it was, I think, it's like a November 2015 level or so. And you know, getting people to think about things like spawn order and direction and the door logic and such, that very clearly would have just blown people's minds back in a day, but in a very accessible form, so. But yeah, I mean, I always knew that Mario Maker 1 would end with me thinking like I have fallen so far short of seeing everything that I want to see. But at the same time, we've covered so much in the last couple of months that I'm very pleased with the experience. And I think I'll sort of come out of this knowing that I had a good time. And I'm planning to go through a lot more of the codes on a Japanese list today if I can as well. We were planning to do so yesterday, and then yesterday I just got stuck doing a ton of one-screen puzzles by one of my viewers. Oh, were we supposed to load that? No, the Goom should just walk. It will just walk. Yeah, I think I'm also going to mod the Wii U for Pretendo once they have everything set up. I want to make sure everything's going to work first and that nothing additional happens on Nintendo's end to, you know, brick all the homebrew or whatever. But I was trying to decide if I'd rather do it that way or via Simu. I think it's easier for me to just mod the Wii U. But I do want to see how that works first when they put it together. I know it said on the Pretendo website that they actually eventually plan to build their own replacement for the public bookmark website as well, which I think is going to be excellent. They've already built their own replacement, Miiverse, in fact. And so, you know, hopefully Mario Maker 1 will continue with its former glory. Oh, we were supposed to stack both. I bet we were supposed to stack both. Let's scout ahead this part anyway, and there's no way, right? No. You just step on a P-switch, I think. Yeah, I just had to read this as we go. And were we past checkpoint? I think we were, so let's continue here. Yeah, the only reason to keep it unmodded at this point is... Oh, whoops, if there's some kind of, you know, unfortunate surprise from Nintendo or something. But I don't think that'll be the case, like, just thinking about it. I think, you know, if you have the means to do it, that it's the best way to continue from this point. What I don't know is how things will work with the existing profiles, and because I would imagine that you do need a fresh sort of spoof and an ID for the new replacement system that the Pretendo people have been putting up. And so all of the existing accounts that are in this game would be accounts that are essentially just kind of dummy accounts that are from the server snapshot of the maker side. That's how I understand that to be happening. I'm not exactly sure if that's accurate, but we'll see what we can do. Okay. I think we just stack both. I think we're fine. And then, oh, we probably didn't get the best sort of timing for this. And then, okay, you have to take the POW over to the next platform. Possibly both POWs, I'm not sure. But yeah, we've been running tons of great content lately. We saw all of Glacum's levels, and all of Megatoro's levels, actually. I dug up Megatoro's Maker 1 profile, and that was a real treat. And then this week has been a lot of individual levels by people whose profiles we just didn't have time to really come through completely. And it's been interesting to just, you know, see this game receive one final burst of attention with everybody sort of saying farewell to it in their own way. Okay, let's do this. I bet we do need to deliver both, which is okay, because if we stand here, then we can time this such that I think we get this first. We continue holding the POW. We sustain the P for as long as we can, and that allows me to get over here and deliver both. Like this. And then we're still holding one for as long as we need, and then we grab and oh, whoop, no, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to get another. Let's scout ahead to see what happens. And it's going to be the same idea here, where you, whoops, no, ride instead of grab. And then you hit 3 POWs over here to lower the triple gates. So. We will see. Whoops. Yeah, I put together such a huge list of makers I wanted to get through before the servers go down, and it was always a question of just how short of that goal we would fall, and the answer is very, very short. We expected that. Never have as much time to stream and play as I think I do, so... Oops. Okay, we're going to activate this late again. Get on here. Dunk. Around here. And we'll stack this in advance so we can have our hands free to grab POW number 3 in just a moment. And Tetraterix, 2017 was a very difficult year for you, and it isn't exaggeration to say that experiencing how much everyone else appreciated your Maker 1 levels was one of the highlights of your life during that period. Yeah, and I think that it was very, very well deserved. Okay, so if we hit this gate, we can claim the checkpoint. The checkpoint would take you to that door, and I think we're supposed to load 3 POWs and go forward, but then I don't know what the checkpoint is for, unless the checkpoint is just here to... Oh, probably maybe drop you at this point with some POWs or something. So let's take it. Let's err on the side of taking it. And yeah, Tetraterix definitely, you know, you're not the only one to have told me that. I think that among a lot of people who are very serious and dedicated makers, you know, everybody sort of had some reason to put in that much time into this game, and that's for all of them, I think it was very personally meaningful, and more often than you would think in times of distress, so... Very bittersweet moment for sure. Okay, so then we now ride through each of these locations without accidentally grabbing on the way up. And then we can go down here. Oh, coin. There we go. I think that's... yeah, that's coin 2. I don't think we've really seen anything beyond that, but now we have this gate plus a reset door that we're not going to use because we have made it through. Also, Tetraterix. Mr. All Games All Day told me that he planned to spend tomorrow, I believe, on Return of Ichigo Mole. I told him that he didn't budget enough time, to be frank. I told him that He's really kind of pushing it if he's leaving it that late, but apparently his plan is to feature the level tomorrow. That's what I've been told, so keep an eye out for that. Okay. We have the Spiny over here. I actually think we have to let the Spiny carry the POW, and then we have to hold and carry the other POW. This is, of course, something that will only work in Maker 1. It will not work in Maker 2 because of the way that the stacking works. But we have to release this one. Oh, totally missed it. Well, let's try it again. Spiny moving back and forth, though. The clue is that you have the Spiny going back and forth, but if that's the case... Oh, I see. Then maybe... Okay, no, we should have left the POW there so the Spiny could fall between. And I think we're supposed to lock the Spiny into position, perhaps, such that we could sort of... I don't know, bridge it on the way over? I'm not totally clear on that. But why couldn't you just spin on the Spiny indefinitely? Well, you could do a spin pickup with a POW, but then you need 2 POWs. That might be okay, though, because... Yeah, you need 2 munchers to get through that gate. But if you just... Oh, okay, no, you can't fire one of the POWs while the Spiny is still standing, obviously. You would need both POWs to be available. So you would need to set it up such that you... Yeah, do the POW ride with 1 Spiny, which would then unload a POW onto the cloud. Pretty much as I'm expecting. Oh, Sunday is what he told you. Okay, but I don't have a good sense of which day is which, to be honest. And that's what happens when I am always kind of over the boundary on the overlap. Okay, so you may be right that it was Sunday, and I'm just mentally thinking of it as tomorrow because I already think of today as Saturday. Okay, let's not take the POW with us. It's supposed to load into place by itself to trap the Spiny. I think. Unless... Yeah, let's say we spread it out. Yeah, because it's supposed to unload in that location and then trap the Spiny in the middle. If we trap the Spiny in the middle, then we're able to unload 1 POW on the other side. Whoops. So the thing I have in mind is unloading 1 POW on a Spiny, riding it while holding the other POW. That's the thing I'm going for. We just haven't been able to set it up yet. And that seems to be... I think that should be the solution here. We will activate these top to bottom again because that is what makes the platforming easiest. Yeah, the thing is, you know, Maker 1 has had a burst of activity in the past few months since the shutdown was announced, but for years and years, the category in Twitch was empty. It was literally just a lucky draw bot. And actually, if you look at the re-upload of Plumber into Walls, for instance, it has something like less than 50 plays on it or something, which tells you how few people have been paying attention since then. And I think it's mostly people who were, you know, shown that level manually since that point. Because it was re-uploaded right before the cutoff, right? And so I agree with Kalvik there that the level of attention in terms of, you know, how dedicated of a player do you have to be aware of Pretendo as a solution in the first place, and how interested are you in continuing to explore Maker 1? It's not going to be that different, I think. It's largely just a matter of technical capability, perhaps, when it comes to who might have, you know, dropped off along the way. And yeah, because this is very much a sort of extinction burst for the game because the servers are closing. Plus a lot of the public interest in Team 0% over the past few weeks, which we found has had a very noticeable impact on people's engagement with the game on a whole, even if they're not into that content directly. Oh, maybe it is actually going to be a spin pickup with this. So maybe, oh no, the Spiny walks off though, so you actually do need to escort both POWs by probably like moving one, moving the other. But then how do you get back to the first one? Because I'm not sure how you would spin pick up the spiny and then... I'm not sure... Oh, okay, no, because you can just take the POWs and basically hop over to spiny with each one, but then how do you hop back? Because I feel like you're supposed to leapfrog the POWs over with the spiny in between. I'm not exactly sure how the pickup is going to work from that point. So we have to try that again. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. I definitely misread something with how the spiny solution is going to work. There's a reset door if yeah. Oh, whoops, no, that's a mistake. And down here. Down here. Okay, activate, activate. Then I have to keep my finger off the grab button sometimes just to not accidentally pick everything up on the way up or down. We'll make it through here. And right, because this is what unloads the POWs on either side of the spiny. Oh, that's not going to be enough of a gap, I don't think. We'll probably reset this one. Oh, okay, no, that'll trap it. So I kind of had the sense that you needed to have the spiny carry the POW, but I'm not exactly sure how to set that up accurately, because I thought it would be a POW ride on top of the spiny because of the way that enemies can actually carry objects in this game, which is not how Maker 2 works at all. Because Maker 2, of course, that kind of drop would just straight up kill it. That cat, welcome. And it's the end of the Mario world as we know it. Whoops. Anyway, everything's going to be loaded here. This part of the solution is rather simple. Can't quite visualize how the spiny part is going to go just yet if we can't load it on top. It might be that I need to spin jump over with it, but then I don't know how to escort the POWs across. Because if you're supposed to trap it, that's because you can control the spiny's position. And actually formulate a plan with it here. I think what you actually want to do is you want to spin pick up a POW, get across with the spiny, but then you want to block the spiny so it comes back. And then you spin across with the spiny back to the left, then you pick up the other POW, but then you would have to block that too. That's okay, we can do it. But if we don't take a fall on the spikes like that. I see how to do it. It's a spin pickup. It's a spin pickup that's going to land on the spiny, and we ride it across, we drop one POW, and then we come back. It's one of those like crossing the Rubicon puzzles, basically, where you know you take things across the bridge and go back and forth until everything is loaded. Whoops. Natcat, this is DI Progan's level. I played a lot of stuff like this by him in Maker 2 back when it was first starting out, and so he wanted me to see the Maker 1 variant. And it's not surprising to me that there would be a very Maker 1 specific mechanic like the spin pickup on this. Yeah, he used to hang out here quite a bit back in the first year or so of the stream when he was still very active in Maker 2. Because he basically made a whole series of puzzles that were POW escorts like this one. And yeah, so it's going to be a spin pickup on a POW, and we just have to be careful with the spinning, I think. And then... Oh. I'm not very accustomed to doing spin pickups, but we're supposed to spin on the spiny all the way across. And then the thing about that is that we need to get ahead of the spiny to drop the POW to reverse the spiny before it comes off the cap. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a solution. The execution, of course, is going to be a bit fussy. A link in time, welcome. Oh, let's reset this one. This is just going to be a death. And we are doing just fine, just getting started today, really. I have a huge list of things I want to show today. I mean, we've had a huge list of things we've wanted to show every day, but we always get distracted by new discoveries and recommendations along the way. Like how yesterday we were totally sidetracked by one-screen puzzles. Whoops, missed a coin. We'll go back for that after I've had a chance to practice this bit here. We'll try it again before we hit the next checkpoint, perhaps, and try to grab the coin. But we might as well spend the attempt to learn this properly and see if there's anything we can do to clean things up. But I believe this should work. That the spin pickup landing on the spiny, if we can do it accurately, is going to be the way to go. If we don't do it accurately, well, all bets are off. There we go. Whoops. Okay, so we missed it, but then we just reset this. Because, yeah, we don't want to do a high bounce. We want to sort of do short bounces to ride the spiny all the way over. I feel like that has got to be it. But then once the ceiling kind of relaxes there, we have to get ahead of the spiny and block it. So it is going to be a little execution heavy, I think. Because, yeah, whoops. The idea is that we drop the POW pretty much at the cloud, or thereabouts. And then we'll load this, this. And yeah, so far as I understand it, the people who got the snapshot of the server for you know, future archive and restoration on Pretendo, got a snapshot of the Nintendo servers that was current to November-December 2023. And the challenge, of course, is to, you know, make that accessible and playable somehow. And you're finishing the grind to get to 10k in Mario Kart 7. Yeah, I don't know if you're seeing much active competition in the last days of the game. I haven't been keeping up on what other online activity has been happening. Other than some people playing, you know, Triforce Heroes for the last time, or other games like that. Like Gritoffy, actually, who has the record on this level. He's been playing a lot of Triforce Heroes lately. Yeah, but whoops. Oh, there. Oh, Spiny Head. Interesting. But a Spiny Head gives you kind of a damage check down the bottom layer. Okay, so that's another reset down there, I think. Because the idea is that you would grab the Spiny Head and you would lose it onto spikes, and then you take damage to do some kind of reset that loops back. which is interesting, but then you would probably... I wonder what that does to the spawn positions of the 2 Muncher stack. But I'm pretty sure my solution is correct. It's just that we have to be quicker about blocking the spiny. Yeah, I mean, obviously there are a lot of open questions about how exactly the access to the level archive is going to work in terms of, you know, how it plays well with Nintendo's version control when it comes to engine changes and other such things. And it does open a door, of course, to uploads of the kind of levels that Nintendo deletes, which is already the case with the what is it, Open Course World solution in Maker 2 as a home for potential deletions. Whoops. So yeah, we need to get to the Yoshi quickly and block, and have to be fairly accurate about that. So we'll see what we can do. At this moment, you're able to see the entire levels online like if you're in the editor. In Maker 2, yes. In Maker 1, yeah, probably somebody just needs to build an interface layer for it, but that should be doable. I don't think it's a technical obstacle, it's just somebody needs to build it. But definitely the level viewer for Maker 2 exists. I mean, for Maker 1, I think nobody bothered to build it because you could just see everything in the editor already. But I don't see why there would be any technical obstacles to that that aren't already similar to what was solved for Maker 2 in terms of how to make the, you know, interface layer to make the level data readable. But it does raise the question of, you know, whether certain things like glitch placements of objects and such would be accurately preserved. Because I really have no idea how some of that would be represented in saved data. Whoops, okay. You know what? We have Yoshi here. What are we doing? We've got Yoshi. And we accidentally dislodged him. We could have just taken Yoshi, grabbed a POW, and just run both POWs around with Yoshi. We just need to make it across here, actually, to get Yoshi. So why did we do this in the first place? Why didn't we just spin across the spiny and get Yoshi? That's... okay. Except I locked myself out of Yoshi here because of the way we landed on the POW. I completely blanked on the easy thing here, which is that the entire point of that segment is to block the spiny so you can just do a standard spin jump with it and get Yoshi and bring Yoshi back to get both POWs. That was staring at me in the face the whole time. So, okay, no, that segment is actually a lot easier than I was making it look. You don't need to spin pickup at all, you just need to get Yoshi. I just didn't even think about riding Yoshi at that point, even though he's right there. That's some tunnel vision for you. We've been so attentive to looking for Maker 1 specific mechanics that sometimes I just assume they're going to be part of the solution, even though, of course, people building it in Maker 1 would not have known that at the time. So yeah, we spent way too long on this part here when all you do is block the spiny so you can control its direction as it runs across. You can still do the spin pickup if you want, of course, but you only need to ride the spiny across to get Yoshi. That's all you need to do. 2 historic events happened today for Maker 1. Well, I mean, I can think of 2. One was trimming the herbs, one was the old YMM website going down, actually, because Lantis's domain name expired. Oh, Panga played Mecha Bowzilla. Was that finally something that happened? I didn't know he'd been putting it off all this time, actually. I know I saw Juz Cook replay it a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't know Panga hadn't played it. That's astonishing. And a link in time, thanks for tagging me with your stream over there. Anyway, let's do this the easy way for once. You played less than 1,000 levels in Maker 1, that's very interesting. I'm at something like I'm at something like 2,500 levels or something at this point, but of course I wasn't very active back when Maker 1 was still mostly alive. Let me read this segment here. We're supposed to... Oh, we're just supposed to hit pause, I think, until the munchers unstack. We unstack 4 munchers and presumably we get keys. So here, all we need to do is, first of all, redo this segment now that we know the easy solution. Yeah, and then you just ride the circuit around to jump up to the pause, I suppose. You hit 10,000 to Maker 1, which is incredible. Oh, missed a coin. You know what, let's just take that. We can redo it. Yeah, Netcat, I have absolutely no idea what the... Oops, that was accidental. I have absolutely no idea what the leaderboards in Maker 2 look like. Netcat Sanix got the first clear on trimming the herbs earlier today. A couple hours ago. I missed it when it happened live, as I was away from my machine at the time. But I heard about it about an hour after it happened, I think. But yeah, he was very close. He got within 1 jump just a few days ago. Whoops. Placed it way too far. Or launched that forward way too far, rather. Okay, let's do this. 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 We'll head back down. There we go. Then we spin all 3. Yeah, kind of a long run back to the little boss circuit that we see later. Yeah, Netcat, there are a lot of people that are on the sort of super advanced Kaizo side that I am not terribly aware of either, and sometimes it's just a function of which hours I'm on Twitch, and sometimes it's a function of them mostly being people who are active on YouTube instead. Definitely Team 0% give a huge boost to the streaming presence of a lot of content creators on the more technical side. But there are definitely people who are, you know, kind of grinding Kaizo or 0% or what have you all the time that you don't hear about so much because they aren't as much of a live streaming presence. Okay, let's grab the mushroom so we don't deal with the blooper. Grab this. And then we head down here. And we just try to hit the pause. And unstack the munchers as we go. Now we try to survive long enough to get back to the mushroom without getting chopped. And I think we can just do a circuit. As long as we don't fall into the pit, we're okay. And we just need to unstack 2 munchers, presumably, for the key. Very simple, actually. Not really a big threat at all. We should have taken the spring with us, but no, that's okay. That's a clear. I spent way too long on the Yoshi segment. Oh, and we also didn't get 4 in coins in the end, but I think I just totally missed what the earlier locations must have been then. I can totally throw the spring up instead, yeah, but catching it again on the way down might be a little less convenient. Anyway, Progan also sent me a 1 screen that he suggested I look at. So we'll do that one first, and then I've got a pile of codes afterwards. And Kavik, if you're sitting on any codes or makers that you'd like to suggest, we've been just kind of hanging out and freely taking a lot of suggestions in chat over the past few days, so I'd of course be very happy to see that. So, what is it? It was... Yeah, he's got a whole POW delivery series, effectively. Right, this is the one that he wanted me to look at, Greenhouse Wizard. We're just kind of clearing out the remainder of my Discord backlog today to start, but then let's see here. Exit is under the Thwomp. And what is going to get rid of that Thwomp for me? I mean, I could always potentially... Oh, no, it's going to be the big boot, actually. The big Karibo shoe is going to stop it. Presumably. Which means we need to get up there. That looks like it's potentially a bomb location if we can actually walk the bomb that far. If, for example, you blow this up first, with a fire flower overlapping the mushroom platform, and then reset through a door, such that the heart blocks are already down, and then the bomb is also down. But then you would have to find a way to take it with you, since it's going to fall down and walk. Well, let's map this out. Let's figure out where the doors are matched, first of all. These 2 doors are matched, Goomba on the right. Yes, Kalvik, we played a couple of levels by Stark a few days ago. We thought the Legend of Bowser's Axe was spectacular. I actually want to go back to play a few more of his, because... Yeah, we played his Dry Bones level and the Bowser's Axe level, but that one was absolutely terrific, the one with the biggest bike top ride. And of course the YMM levels that he made as well. Let's see about this. What is the Magic Koopa even doing for me here? I'll give you the mushroom. I don't know if the spawn on that would be controlled at all. We need to see what the question block is. Currently we don't have a good way to access it except from this donut, which would show you that it's a vine, so that's reloadable if it gets bombed. But it would also give you a climb if you stuff something on top of it, presumably. Nothing in the pipe. And this kind of traps you. So yeah, this one gets you over to the Goomba. Why would we want... Yeah, a lot of the enemies seem a little bit extraneous here, but... Oh, I see. So you needed Koopas to do some kind of walk back so you can get a star. Star, of course, would cut through the bomb. To do that, though, you'd probably still need to disable the... Yeah, I guess the... Here. Why wouldn't you just take the flower and then just... If you're able to get out of there with the flower... So, for example, if you drop a vine from the question block down, you would be able to get a flower, get on the vine, get back across. And then you would be able to take a damage boost that would then take you up to the boot and claim it. And bust out above. Clear on that. Yeah, a very, very naked pipe indeed. The Thwomp is busy trying to cover that up, but... I wonder what the Goomba is useful for. Seems like there's a lot of extra information here, basically. So, these 2 doors are matched. This door, if you place something under it, like the P for instance, you would be able to... Well, you can't get that P, it's through a one-way panel. You would be able to come through that door, grab the spring, and proceed. So, what can we get to stand on? That would get me through this door here. And yeah, the Magic Koopa over there is just going to give you a random spawn. I don't know if we just need to re-roll the Magic Koopa until it just spawns something useful for me, like a mushroom. Because it seems like re-rolling the Magic Koopa there actually is sort of a valid strategy, perhaps. Because there's this random chance that it just gives me a shroom, right? I don't know if that... Oh, it was on the one-way panel patch. Yes. But do the one-way panels refresh after... Yes, they do, okay. This is exactly the one-way panel glitch that we learned from Kavik, actually. A little while ago. Seems a little difficult to position there, though. And yeah, you can't even enter the provocative pipe, which is very unfortunate, I found. So this area here is inaccessible to Mario, but would be accessible to using the spring to raise an object that would block the Koopas and then drop the star down here. The bomb, of course, could be one such object if you just place it and bounce it up. Could be anything, really. But it seems like the sort of random draw on the Koopa might even make a certain amount of sense. However, if you only have the mushroom and you claim to boot with the mushroom, you would take damage from the Goomba, you would be small, you wouldn't be able to go through any of this up top. So, you do require the flower for that. Let's think about this. Never quite tell what's going to be execution dependent either. So for example, I don't think we can make that jump in any case. It's never going to happen. So yeah, you would need something to send this down instead. Or you drop 2 donut blocks such that you have a second one to run across. That doesn't seem to make any sense though. Like, you drop the first one, you drop the second one. I mean, 2 donut blocks for a reason, I guess. Yeah, there's no way. Okay, I'm trying to find a first move here, basically. It's not clear to me yet what it could be. Whoops. So the P over there could get you a mushroom, but you're not going to get in position for it. Oh, you can get in position for that, though. I feel like there's probably some kind of cheese that's possible with this. Although, if you get up to the Green Koopa location, you can't really do anything with that. Stop the Goomba, you can go back. So, Fire Flower will be able to touch the bomb in that location. Big Mario here can eventually make it up this location. I kind of feel like it's possible for the Magic Koopa to have the projectile overlap far enough to deal with this one-way panel, but it's a little difficult to see how that will angle correctly, I think. Yeah, you can't just... Well, it's through a thwomp, obviously. And there's nothing here that's going to burst through in time. Yeah, we'll see if we have some kind of breakthrough. I am not sure how much of this information is actually relevant. Let's take a look at the spawn position of that Goomba as it's coming down. Let's take a look at this. Walks down this way. So notice that the flower does spawn from the pipe, which means that you can lose it so long as you perhaps stuff something here to make Divine go down, which is what we should be going for. You know, stuffing an object here, like the P, for instance. I think that's what it's going to be, is that you stuff the P in that location, and then there's no reason to push the P switch at any point, but you do want the Magic Koopa to open up access to the P without zapping the P. I think that's got to be the first move, that you don't let it zap the P, but yeah, you reset into this location so you have it clear the one-way panel at some point. At some point. Maybe angle it. Oh. There we go. Then there's going to be a little... Oh, no, it disappeared. Okay. Yeah, I think we get the P switch and we use it to stuff Divine. That gives me access to the Fire Flower. That gives me access to the bomb. So, I think that's going to be the case. So, what we do here is not jump like that. We could have just taken the door. I don't know why we did it that way. Yeah, I think I see the first move now. The first move is going to be getting rid of the one-way panel. Timing is a little off of that, and unfortunately this placement is not great either. But yeah, unfortunately it is a little RNG dependent, I think, just to get the Magic Koopa to spawn something that will actually give me access to the P over here. Okay, that'll do. And then we just take the door over. And then we're going to stuff this right here. Now, if I'm correct... Oh, that doesn't actually go down. Okay, I wasn't quite sure, because sometimes Maker 1 can do things differently. I was hoping to obstruct it and force the Divine down somehow. If Divine doesn't go down, I'm not exactly clear on how we get across, unless it's something like a leaf that's hidden away or something else. Yeah, it's actually not clear to me at all how to get across if it's not some kind of obstruction. If the P can't be used as an obstruction, what can? Actually, no, I see what it is. Okay, if you get across here, let me try to demonstrate this. You would actually have to bomb that location. How would you do it? And send both platforms down. I'm thinking, you know, is it possible to cycle both donuts down such that you have something to jump across? I'm not exactly sure how to get the flower back to the left. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, the end condition is going to be, I think, star dropping off of the note block. So, object obstructs Koopa, Koopa walks over here, drops a star, star cuts through the swamp. That's cool. Now it requires probably spring plus bomb. And for the bomb to blown up once in the first place with an activation from the flower. So flower has to precede the bomb. I also don't know what's in the bottom right step, which is something that's also bombable over here. Whether that's a spawn block or something. We know how to get a P-switch, but we don't know how that's relevant. Whether that's something that can... well, I mean, if you use the P-switch in conjunction with a spring, then that works as a way to obstruct the green Koopas on the top left. And send them back to the left. So then we would need to get to the... Oh, you know what? We'll just enter this. What am I doing? I'm standing right here. I'm standing like right in front of it. Why didn't we even think about that? And we know how to get to P again. Okay, so now we have spring plus P. Good. Now... So maybe there's just a lot of irrelevant information in this one then. Let's... however, we would need to get back across with both objects, which we can do, but... Yeah, I think there might just be a lot of red herrings in this one. We grab the P, we go through a door, we trade up to the spring. Whoops. Just need to wait for the... Oh, we could have gotten that. And survived. A little bit execution dependent. But we'll deal with it. Just need to position this up a little bit, and I think that often works. Just a bit of a tight fit over there, but I think we see a way. There are probably complications I haven't thought about after that, but the idea is that we'll drop it here, enter, grab a spring. Spring at this point should be able to get me over to the P. But chuck this, and then we'll let this guy fire, and then we'll grab this again. Okay, so now we have both of these, and we want to get them across safely, which we can probably do. Let's just do it the long way, just to be absolutely sure about it. No, I didn't want to hit that, but actually, if we hit that, we get the boot, so okay, fine, we'll hit that. Sure, we'll do it. Because this gives you spring. Yeah, boot doesn't cut through this because it's not a stiletto, but now we can get the flower and get to the bomb. I actually had something completely different in mind, which was to just obstruct the Koopas on the left, but maybe you need the boot for that anyway, like, in order to get the spring to behave in the way that you want. So let's grab the flower first. I don't know if the boot will last long enough for me here, but I'd like to go back for it, obviously. And we can fire at the bomb. We'll blow that up. Notice that the bomb does come up when you fire at it, which means that it is potentially something that can be sent up. I wonder what the Run applied over here is all about. I don't know what it's doing for me. But we would need to reload through a door in order to get to the Magic Koopa. And notice that doors are not going to be enterable with the boot. The original idea I had in mind was to send a P-switch up here, like up above this location. But we can still do that. We can now just grab the boot directly because the boot is just open and accessible, which, oops, that's okay, we can still solve this and get the fire flower. Yeah, the bomb just walks off now, it's not accessible, but given that that location has opened up, let's try to get the P-switch again. What? Open up. That's inconvenient, but, you know, we'll just kill everything. This guy is also a little bit inconvenient right now, as you can see. But we can just sneak under him and just grab the boot. Because I think the idea here is that we can actually... Oh, that's a bad position for this. I was hoping to escort both items to the left, and then if we are short of the required height, use the boot to raise the spring and raise the P even higher. Then that gets you a star. Then it gets you the plum. I don't know what the piranha plant is for. I can't see what the piranha plant is useful for. But here, this is obviously a bit of a bad position because of the spring. Let's just redo it. No, Natcat, I never got through Sean Hibb's set. I was really hoping to, but that's something that'll have to wait for the Nintendo era, probably. Because there are tons of puzzles to choose from, and I didn't really know which one I should be looking at. We might pick out one or two later in the day or two that remain, but after this level, I want to get through a larger quantity of levels and do a bit of a grand tour. Okay. I think we do have a way. So yeah, P-switch is going to get you up to the boots. We can do it, but I think I want to get spring first. Whoops, no. Let's hold up into that. Yeah, so I don't see what the piranha plant is useful for, but I see a purpose for everything else now. So, well, not the Goomba. I don't know what the Goomba is for. Okay. Grab this. And yeah, let's just do this. I know from experience with D.I. Progan's puzzles in Maker 2, and particularly his older ones, that occasionally he has things that just kind of sit around to kill the player, which can seem a bit untidy, but let's do a bit of a height check on both objects down below here, because I want to see how high this goes in terms of what the P placement is going to do for me. Yeah, so we need this boot to basically stomp this up an additional layer, which we can do. And that just requires me to use the P to get the boot and then loop around the doors once we've done that. Then we'll be careful about which blocks we uncover so that the boot doesn't just hop all over the place. So what I mean by that is drop the P right here and only take out those coins. Because then you don't have the boot hopping around past this column. Okay, good. And then we trade back up to the P, but with the spring intact already. And yeah, we don't need a boot for this because we can always just grab it again easily now. So we could have just gone through this door to begin with. If I do this correctly, we might just skip the whole interaction with the bomb and the flower. It might not really even be necessary if this works the way I think it works. Okay, let's try to get every object across safely. The issue currently is we don't have a way to actually get the boot down to the bottom left. That's the reason it doesn't work. But what we can do is use the bomb to raise the spring using the hard block explosion. Maybe that works. Yeah, because I see the issue here, which is that we don't have a way to move the boot to the bottom left. The other thing that we could do is if there's some way to get the bomb over here to just blow up this question block, but then no, that's not going to be it. Yeah, no, the boot is actually locked to the right part of the level. But perhaps you can reach something and juggle it upwards. I don't know if it'll stomp far enough, basically. But let's try to get both objects across before we assume anything. And we can also use the boot to get flower access. But let's try to get everything over and do a bit of a setup here. The idea is that you use the bomb detonation to move the P. Let's move the P slightly over, if we can. Okay, so that's a line now. And And then you want the P to move just a tiny bit higher. Which tells me that we want the flower to hit the bomb. Notice that this is slightly out of range. This little burst here. I think we do lose the boot at this point because we can't use it on the left side, but we have the flower available now. We can then move up to the bomb in this location. Now the bomb's only really usable once though, so... And I still don't know what the fire flower is all about. Oh, okay, no, hang on. That was a mistake. We just need to just have it once. Let's redo that then. That's okay. It's easy to redo, in fact, because we just go back here. And then... now that we have the fire flower, we are in actually much better shape to get through the one-way panel in case of disaster. Because we can just pop this guy. So yeah, the bomb is still in that location because it didn't successfully blow up the hard blocks. If it did successfully blow up the hard blocks, we would just lose access to the bomb, so maybe that locks you out. Depending on whether the explosion does what I think it does, which may not be the case. Yeah, because I don't see a way to get the boots down to, whoops, this location. You know, if I just did that and blocked with a stack of 3, P-switch, spring, and then, whoops, and then stack the bomb on top of that, then the bomb can block the Koopas. Except, okay, let's get the flower again. I don't see what the prone applies is for, though, still. But this just requires a minor adjustment. And so we'll go through here again. And then just zap like this. Get rid of him. Yeah, let's load the spring first. I think that's... no, let's load a P first. It'll be P plus spring. And we drop the bomb on top of that. You know what? Since this boot's available, let's just get the minus one just in case. We don't need it for anything else, though. This way, we block this location. Nope, not. He looks like it's going to block the bomb a little bit. Nope, missed. I was a little slow on that. It's okay. 77 seconds, we'll have to redo it all, I think. Oh, except we activated the star at this point, so we might have to reset because the no block's only going to spawn at once, right? That's okay. We probably needed that reset for timer regardless. Let's let him zap. Come over here. And just get back into position. But I see a way to do it. It's a little bit fussy to execute depending on the bomb pickup, but I think we're able to do it. Well, first of all, let's go down here and get the P as well. We can. Okay, good. E-switch gets me Goomba, or rather the shoe, boot, whatever. Yeah, we'll just trap it here, just to make things easier on future cycles. Just let it expire. It doesn't escape. Send us down and grab the flower. And then we'll take this spring was it's not in a great position for this, but oh. There we go. Yeah, we only really have one shot of bomb. That's the only thing about this solution that I've mapped out. And then, sure, let's wait. Fire flower will get through this at this point. Whoops. And again, yeah, we're going for a P spring bomb as to stack. That is going to obstruct the Koopas on top. So be careful not to fire the bomb just yet. Place like this. We'll just open up some room. Whoops. That's okay, we'll use this as Stomp Divine just as a failsafe. Oh, that's why we need a failsafe. Oh, that's okay, we'll... I mean, try not to hit the bomb, but... if we get the flower, then... at least we can avoid hitting the bomb until later in case of stacking issues like what we see here. Let's just try to stack accurately. So we're going to raise the bomb with a flower and drop it there. We should be able to do it. Nope. That was a mistake. I just need to do it again. Let's first of all grab the flower. That's okay, as long as the bomb doesn't detonate the hard blocks actually, and we just retain it in place. You know, the other thing that you could do is you could actually displace the piranha, I think. Because if you remove the bombs over here, the idea would be that the piranha could actually give you a push at the stack. So if you bomb this location and you somehow move the piranha to right, then it can move a stack up above. And it would be a little easier that way. But then, yeah, you would need to be fairly accurate about pushing it right rather than left. So I don't necessarily like that idea, but basically in the event that you do blow that up with the bomb, then that would become the solution, is that you use the piranha to boost an object up to the top left instead. And then so you don't just lock yourself out if the bomb detonates over one cycle. That is probably in fact even the standard intended solution. Okay, let's get rid of all this stuff. We've got some time, so I'll try to set it up accurately, but yeah, I still like the bomb idea. Obviously it's a little bit time sensitive because it might just blow up the Koopas before they walk over. Actually, that's the issue, is that the bomb might just detonate too soon. And so maybe we should use the piranha in the bottom left. So activate the bomb and then do some kind of push to get the winged piranha to move over. I don't know though, because the single tile drop off behind the piranha, that seems like it could cause some issues when it comes to properly displacing it. Yeah, because you need to be really quick about the bomb to have it block a Koopa without destroying it. Nope. You know what? Let's just let it blow up. And actually, that little nudge there actually might have worked. Then, in that case, let's see what we can do with the piranha to get it to boost AP switch up if we can. Let's run around down here. Oh, wrong way. I was hoping to pull it back. I guess we can take damage and pull it back at this point. And, oops, no, we can't. This is DI Progun's puzzle. Somebody who was a kind of very early contributor to my Maker 2 stream. And he sent me a couple of codes to look at. Okay, so now the bomb is just gone though, so we would have to go back and try to reset this. Yeah, Mr. All Games all day. Hope things have been fine on your end when it comes to wrapping up this game as well. What we're going to do is we're going to take the boat across again. We'll leave the boot for the moment. So I'm trying to see if we can do some other kind of pullback on the piranha to nudge it over. There's some way to move it, I think. Either that or we do kind of like this sideways stack where actually, no, you know what? You just throw an object towards it. Like, throw a spring towards it. But then you have to be careful not to have the spring, you know, spill off the edge. We'll try it. We're going to be short on time, but we'll try a few things here. Maybe even use the P as a blocking piece so the spring doesn't go somewhere wild. Oh, that was a mistake. It's the problem with the fire flowers. You just try to grab objects and you just wind up destroying everything. You're going to put in as much time as you can this weekend to make up for lost time. Yeah. So best of luck with Return of Ichigo Mole. It is well worth it. It's a great, great puzzle, but it takes time. And I do not say that lightly. Let me see if we can figure out what the object throw is going to be here. Since, you know, this is SMB3 and we need to... Perhaps... I think it's with the P throw because P would displace it. I think it has to be. But then we lost a P switch and we've got 20 seconds, so... Let's try this again. I think I have a route for this puzzle, it's just... That's... Whoops. We haven't been able to execute it yet. 10 seconds, I just want to try out a throw to see if we can do it. I was trying to displace it. I still like this strategy of just using the bomb as the blocking piece, but there are, of course, some natural obstacles to doing that. I feel like it is supposed to be some kind of object stack that's top of the piranha. Possibly even below the piranha. Piranha's just gonna hit the ceiling though, right? Like, let's take a look here. So yeah, we're clearly supposed to send something up here to work as a blocking piece against the Koopas. I have a pretty good idea of what I think the solution should look like. But yeah, Return of Ichigo Mole is of course called the Return because it is the sequel to a previous Ichigo Mole maze that I actually did for the first time back in February. Trust me when I say you will not have time for both. Like, you'll want to download them if you have that ambition. If I throw the P-switch while it's on the way down, it should move it, right? That's what I was thinking, but I missed. And we might have to try that out. Let's see. Okay. Well, let's trade up to as many objects as we can first. So we'll once again go back here. Jump around a little bit to get the Magic Koopa to do its work. We'll use the P-switch up here to open up the boot, which then opens up the flower. We have that much. Okay, let's head down here, and we'll just use this opportunity to tread over the flower, then we reset back through the door. And then we grab the P again. Nope. Lost a P, let's do it again. Yeah, we established earlier that nobody knows what day it is. Oops. This shell is a problem. That's okay. We have access to the flower if necessary. Let's just not run into trouble with the Buzzy shell while we're at it. This gives you the flower. A little concerned about the Buzzy because the flower won't take it. You know, the thing about the Buzzy is that we can use the Buzzy shell as an obstruction because it's just a random draw from the Magic Koopa anyway, right? Let's just walk the Buzzy shell somewhere where we can lock it in place, maybe, and just try to trap it for a moment until we have a place to put it. Whoop. That's a bad idea. Okay, that's... We're gonna have issues with that P-switch now. Did we get Vine in this segment? Yes, we did. Okay. Now we're gonna have lots of issues with Buzzy, too. Let me just try to go back to grab the P-switch. That should be first priority here. There we go. No, that was a mistake. Anyway. Let's go to the P-switch again. And whoops. Yeah, I mean, by this point, Megat, I think you've played enough of John's puzzle set to know if that's the kind of thing you want to do more of, and it seems like the answer is yes, so... You know, you know at this point that you can handle the length and scope and all that. Okay. Sure, let's lose the boot. Let's try to set up as before. I'm gonna try to do the bomb setup as the sort of first choice. No, we accidentally spawned a star. Then, yeah, once again, same sequence as before. We'll grab this. And then, alright, P-switch for the boot. Let's just reset to restore. Whoops. I have a feeling, just to make a prediction here, that Tetratarix is going to suggest the damage boosted bomber, which is actually one of the shorter ones. As long as you know, once you basically understand the central concept for it, it's something I remember to be pretty quick and smooth, while still feeling like it has the scope of one of his puzzles. So. Okay. This Goomba down here is going to be the end of me. I just know it. Oh, didn't think it'd flip around. You've really taken a liking to damage boosting tech lately, yeah. Let's get over here. Yeah, Electrodude, that's pretty specific, but you know, we're not one to judge. If you're the kind of masochist who's into damage boosts, that is your preference entirely. Yeah, one thing that I definitely wasn't aware of until I started playing a lot of profiles recently was just what a big thing Reddit level of the week was for people in terms of discoverability. Because I wasn't active in that side of the community at all while the game was in its prime, and but then we've seen, you know, maker after maker have some kind of intersection with that at some point, basically, where, you know, no, whoops, I thought it was coming out the other door. Never mind. I was just holding right into that while I was reading a chat. Let's try to execute the first few steps here just to get the piece, which it is a little fussy to put together, this one. Electritude is sound a bit of an issue right now. Or is audio glitching out of me? Do let me know if that's the case. It cut out just now. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it in case that persists, because we know that sometimes that's a sign of trouble to come, so... Let's grab the spring first and grab another MP after that. You know, if I go for the boot first, then it's easy to just take out the Magic Koopa with a stomp, but then we wouldn't be able to get the P, so that would not be a good idea. Oh, that's not good RNG. It's a bit RNG dependent just because of the presence of Magic Koopa, but try not to get zapped too badly here. Nope, you see. Yeah, you mean like levels that take advantage of damage state interactions with various enemies. I know Mang had a couple that were like that, actually, Maker 2, where, you know, you would go up swamp stacks while you were in a damage state, and other fancy things like that. I'm trying to remember which one was the one that kind of qualified as a troll, because I did play all of those levels a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, okay, no, let's reset this. We have to lose to this RNG a lot. I think I see the solution as the thing. It's just that we have one little thing to piece together, and it just takes me a while to get back there. This execution is pretty fussy in this level, so we'll get over here. And then we will reset through here to get the other P. Oh, we could have gotten that, but weren't going to stand there and risk it. Okay, now let's get the boot. And we'll trade up to the flower. We'll wait for the expiry just to leave the blocks in place. Right, the trigger warning one, yeah, that's right. I do recall. Yeah, I don't think we need to boot for anything else. We do want to reset again to get another P after we get the Fire Flower. And then we'll zap all these guys, take this back. And then set up over here. Okay, finally got back to this. I figured out this state ages ago. Again, I don't know if the timing will work out for the bomb to work as the obstruction. It looks like the bomb is supposed to clear space so the piranha can work as the obstruction, but we will see. Oh, that's okay. We can get another flower. We know how to access that. So, actually we should have done some object placement before we got the flower, just so we... Whoops. It's okay, we can get another one. So, the idea is that I want to jump up with the bomb and soft drop onto the springs, bring it up, and then block the Koopa. I think the timing doesn't work for that. I think we are supposed to use the piranha as the blocking piece instead. And moreover, displace the piranha far enough to the right so we can land on this platform itself. But I'm going to try it this way anyway. Yeah, no, the timing doesn't work. So let's just blow up the bomb the standard way then. Oh, we should have tried the P throw on that, actually. Let's just chuck it though. And get this again. So yeah, this time what we'll do is we'll blow up the bomb first. Then we will try to move the piranha with a throw. And then we'll try to get the piranha to act as the blocking piece, perhaps. Oh, that was not good. However, yeah, let's get back here. Yeah, the bomb's not going to be accessible if you go from here. Okay, that's fine. Missing the up throw right now. This seems oddly specific. No, you can't displace it like that, I don't think. But if you do some kind of soft drop and push, so like the problem was that previously we kind of pulled the piranha back towards us. But let's grab this again. It should be possible to use DP switch displacements. We'll hang on. Let's make sure we don't zap the B. Just stop this first of all, just in case, because we might have to take damage to do this. If I, for example, stand close enough that we can use the P displacement to pull the piranha back with a soft drop that is towards me. Basically, if you're kind of over the halfway line, you can pull back like that. And because we have access to the flower, we can just keep pulling back. Like that. And we just need to not accidentally zap it with the flower. But I think this will, in fact, work if we don't step on the P-switch the way I just did. But actually, at that point we had opened up enough space that we could just do a normal soft drop with a P-switch to continue pushing the piranha to the right. So that should be the idea. We, of course, eliminated so many coins now that the booth is going to go all over the place. Can I do the drop push check where I drop the item toward the enemy? Well, yeah, basically, depending on whether the object is kind of over a halfway line, whoops, you can... Hang on, we made a total mess of this attempt. Yeah, no, I think I know how to do it. We take damage to pull the piranha back towards us, and then we make enough room on the left side to push it over again, as long as we can pick up the P-switch accurately while it's busy jumping. I see a route to do it, but of course execution is always a fussy thing. Just pop it. And... so, whoops, no, I was trying to get in the door there. No, I see a route to do it. It's not the issue at this point. We do need to execute cleanly. There's a lot of Maker 1 tech that gets muddled because you're going between both games. Oh, I feel that for sure. I find myself saying every stream, did it really work this way in Maker 2? And then sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Because, you know, it seems like every other level we see something that doesn't work in Maker 2. Definitely was seeing a lot of very puzzle-specific mechanics. I mean, the Magic Koopa rather zapping the one-way panel is something that was specific up to a certain patch in Maker 1, for instance. We want to use the P-switch for boot at least once. So let's do it. We have to cycle back around for another P-switch. It's gotta be a more convenient way to do this, but that's okay. Well, no, we didn't really want to collect that, but that's okay since we've done it. We'll just go for this instead. We do want to grab the spring just to save an additional step. And we might as well blow up the bomb because we want it out of the way. Oh, whoa, so we blew up the bomb, but we didn't blow it up in that location, which means that we'll do this again. We spawned a star. Let's not do that. Yeah, the one-way zap was something I actually learned from playing one of Kavik's levels a couple of weeks ago, and like I said, it was specific to a particular patch in Maker 1. It worked up to mid-2016, I think. Because that was a huge discovery that I was totally unaware of. We've learned so much about Maker 1, actually, in the last few weeks. But I've been playing levels that are advanced enough that we've seen all kinds of fun tech. Okay, let's just sit here so the boot remains trapped for future cycles. And that way the Goomba doesn't walk all over the place as we catch it. Now we zapped the bomb once. It remains in place. Blows up the hard blocks, and then we are going to do the displacement for the P-switch on the next round. Okay. Nope, that's okay. We still have access to the flower, so long as we grab the boot first. Let's grab everything else we need. Just to escort it. I mean, we can always get it later too. We can just load this on top. But we'll use the P-switch as the object push back here. We will need to take some damage with it, but we'll go and get the flower after that, as long as we don't accidentally zap the planet, which is my main worry at this point. Okay, jump towards here. Good. Now at this point, I think we can probably just load the P below and... Or, well, we should actually use the spring, I think. and then maybe that'll accurately display. Oh, come on. The muncher. Where did the spring even go? Did I? Oh yeah, I put it up top. No wonder I couldn't see it. Let's do it again. You've been playing some of the coolest levels you've ever seen. And yeah, I actually just heard today that just a few hours ago, the domain name expired on the website that Atlantis put together for the 1 to 3 YMM codes. So Atlantis still has it up on an alternate address on Blogspot, which I think was where the content was hosted in the first place. But it seems exceptionally timely in some ways for the old YMM site to go down just as the game was also going down. That was not a coincidence we could have expected. Okay, let's get the boot first, because then... Oh, that's such a terrible position for the spring, actually. That's okay. Well, if we grab the flower here, we can take damage with no cost. Let's not forget that I loaded the spring up here this time. Let's take the P down as well. So we need to not lose the P switch and not lose the piranha. And then we'll do the pullback like this. Okay. Nope, that was, yeah, because of that half-tile placement. No, we should have just come up here and grabbed a P. See, this is the part where I die to execution mistakes for half an hour, as I always say when I'm streaming puzzles. And yeah, I certainly hope Pretendo goes as planned. And... yeah, it'll be nice, especially because, you know, I think going back to Maker 1 myself over the last little while has also shown me just what a staggering volume of high-quality content there was all this time that, you know, I'd gone to seek it out and we'd played so many levels, but, you know, you could have a perfectly great Maker 1 experience and still feel like you've seen nothing. Okay, so it's going to float up at this point. I'm going to do the pullback again, I think, if I can do it, just to get it up an additional tile like that. I don't know if that's going to block the Koopa accurately at this point. It might be a little too far over. Maybe we nudge it slightly. Yeah, okay, and then we'll get a spring underneath it after we get the flower, just for safety. And I say just for safety, knowing that there's a distinct possibility that we'll accidentally zap the piranha, which is why we'll stay small for the moment. Now, should it block? Yes, it does. And we're gonna miss the star. That was the solution. And we missed a star. Okay. Anyway, we have the solution. We just need to execute the clear at this point. So that's a solution I've had in mind for quite a long time now. I feel like we saw that, you know, half an hour ago, but... this is going to be extra fussy, so... as puzzles can be sometimes. We're going to try to get through a higher volume of levels after this one. This is probably the last long puzzle I'll do for some time. For today's stream, probably. But we'll see. I always say that, and then we end up doing puzzles for hours anyway. But time is so short for Maker 1 at this point. I do want to be a little bit efficient. Which means we will come down to here. And trade up to this P again. Trade up to the boot. Yeah, Yeah, we saw a solution ages ago. But yeah, Omega, do be warned that my total time playing through all of the Tetraterix puzzles was something like 20 hours or so. Not counting the time I'd already previously spent in Ichigo Mall, so you're only going to get through a certain selection of that. Even with some backseat assistance. But, you know, I do recommend that you download a lot of those if you have room. It is worth making the slots and the time to get through those. Solve the ages ago skill issue moment. Yeah, I mean, that's how puzzles normally go here. We do it all the time. Let's get rid of the bomb first. Do I think I could beat those? Do I think he could beat those 6 in one stream? Hang on, I'd have to read your message again to see specifically which 6. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Stand by Your Dinosaur is pretty big and windy, as I recall. And because of the, you know, way that the true exit is a pretty significant step up from the not so true exit. But I mean, it'll depend on the player, and it'll depend on how quickly the ideas come. Okay, so what were we doing here? Yeah, we have access to the P-switch now, and the spring. We have access to everything we need so long as we don't lose the P-switch. We have the solution, we just missed a star. I just need to catch it accurately. And then we're done here. I spent way too long on this one. That's okay. One last kick at the can when it comes to Make One puzzles, so... We'll go for the flower, obviously. And not... zap the piranha. Very, very important. So yeah, let's grab the P. Maybe we should bring the spring over to a more convenient location too, but that's okay, we'll do this. Let's pull it back. And then push it forward. That's a pretty good position. Might not be all the way over, but maybe there's a bit of overlap here, and then we kind of push back slightly. There we go, that's good. At this point we grabbed a spring. Currently located down here. We have to be very, very careful not to miss the star. Okay, so that should do it. Okay. Clear. Like I said, we saw that well over half an hour ago, I think. But anyway, we got it. We're going to get through some faster ones now, hopefully. But it is a fun solution. 6-second world record. Someone found a cheese. Should have just had kind of give me a star or a pow, exactly. There must have been some kind of crazy object flow or throw or displacement or something that... I don't even know how 6 seconds would work with that one, huh? I don't know, because how do you cheese the thwomp? Like, is there a way to maybe sort of... Oh, you know how it might... No, I don't think so, because sometimes you can get through diagonal corners with the note blocks, which was something that was part of the Tub and Chub puzzle that we saw yesterday, in fact. I don't know if that particular corner under that ground block would work, though. Because then the idea is that you just take some damage, stomp on the note block yourself, slip through the corner, grab the star, and go up. That's the only thing that comes to mind. If you're able to slip through that corner with a note block, which may or may not be the case given the donut placement there. But that's the kind of thing that, you know, from puzzle testing might be very easily missed because people simply didn't know it. Or it might be a hack clear, who knows. I think we might currently be sort of overstating the prevalence of hacked clears, particularly, you know, for older levels like this one, simply because the issue has become so much more visible recently with the way that Team 0% was winding down. Anyway, let's take a look at some other codes. Can't I throw something up top? Throw it through the saw and it goes up top. Yeah, if you have perfect momentum or something. But you see there's that sort of one tile high gap up to that point. So, something I want to do, which I've been putting off way too long, is this. We found a little while ago a recommendation list of about 100 levels from a Japanese player from 2017. I'd say about maybe 70 or 80 of those levels are from Japan, and we wouldn't have knowingly seen them before simply because of the language barrier. And the rest of them were levels that we've all seen before here, from makers that we know from YMM and beyond. But anyway, it's a good level set as far as I can tell in terms of the taste of who picked it out, and I'll just put the link in chat. I'm not going to get through all of it, obviously, but we'll see as much as we can. So it's in 2 pages. It's like 2 pages worth of blog posts. One of them was kind of like a bonus post that was about 2 YMM specifically, but then other than that, it's like 100 favorite levels and such. So I'm going to pin that message. Except Twitch chat is telling me unable to pin, which is terrible. So I might, I don't know, reload my stream manager or something. Let me see what I can do with this. Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me pin the message, but we'll put the list there anyway, and I'll try to pin it later if I can. But I'm going to put up some codes there, and we'll just browse the list to go through some of the Japanese levels that I might have to interpret via machine translation. Because this has been sort of a long-standing ambition of mine, and I do want to finally look at it. Okay, I'll probably do a bit of machine translation on the way just to read some titles in garbled form. So this was the level that was kind of number 2 on the list. Number 1, of course, is Super Mario vs. Mecha Bowzilla by Kavik, which is, I think, you know, the number 1 level that comes to mind for anyone who's making a list. But so this says, oh, it's something like if you open the grave, the dead will rise again, or something like that. So it's some kind of zombie concept. We'll see what it is. This is from October 2015, so very early on. And so there's a bit of back and forth over here, apparently. But, oh, I see. So this must be sort of an early spawn block level where I think if you break all this, you unlock a thwomp that's going to go all the way down to the POW. I bet that's what it is. It's funny that you say that Bowzilla is the level everyone played, because apparently Panga played it for the first time today. Kavik was telling me. when he dropped by earlier. So yeah, this must have been a lot of people's first introduction to spawn block. Looking at the October 2015 date, I definitely didn't know about a lot of spawn blocking up to this point, but I think the idea here is that you would unlock something like a Big Koopa or Big Buzzy. So, you know, thematically speaking, you're this grave robber who's wrecking everything. I don't know what the hype there is for it. Yeah, so you don't know which grave is which, but one of them gives you this zombie Koopa. Ah, the pipes are just there for mushrooms. Okay. And here, this would presumably give you some objects that will load under the muncher. We don't know what to break exactly, of course. So, what Kavik was telling me earlier was that Panga had actually played fewer than 1,000 levels of Make 1, which is astonishing. Although I guess, you know, Panga was much more famous for being a maker at that point. Particularly for the Pit of Panga set. And if he's playing 1,000 levels, he's playing, you know, much harder levels than we are, right, in terms of the time commitment. I think we have to break this multiple steps at a time where we... Oh! We use bombs. Oh, sure, let's just break everything this way. Not exactly speedrunning this, but... Yeah, I can tell instantly, just looking at the upload date in particular, why this level would have made an impact. Because, you know, everybody had to learn about spawn block from something. And for October 2015, it could very plausibly be this. Yeah, because, you know, it's kind of shocking, right, that in terms of total level count, that it feels like we've played more in the past couple of months than Panga had in his Mega 1 career. Anyway, here's Bowser rising from these graves over here. I'm pretty sure we're not going to climb him over there, but maybe P-Switch is going to block him. And so we bury him in an early grave. And we run across. And then that's the goal. Very cute. And yeah, we'll bypass a lot of the ones that we've played and recorded previously. Because number 3 on the list is Mission Impossible, which we played a few weeks ago when we showed off everything by MK8. Mission Impossible, also one of those levels that I think, you know, everybody who is sufficiently deep in the game has played and remembers. Lantis, welcome. Lantis, incidentally, I regrettably didn't get to schedule in a run through your whole profile, which I really wanted to do. But if you have any hit singles that you really want to show me, you're quite welcome to. Because we've just been doing this as a casual hangout. And thank you for sort of giving the old YMM web content one last little extension on life for the final day of the game earlier today. So this is called Fire Clown Coaster. And yeah, look at this. It's got 40,000 plays or so from September 2016. I don't think I've seen it, so let's take a look. Seems like it's one of those levels that a lot of people do know, obviously. And... oh, okay, that's why. And then it's a shell ride, I see. Took me a moment to register that. And then we'll kind of hug the wall here and jump across. Down? Yeah, down. And sometimes you just need to trust a level to do its thing. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I should have actually looked at that accurately. No, we obviously need to just stand there and let the level do its business. And then do a bit of a short jump here. That's right. Yeah, actually, it's timed in such a way that I think I could just afford to stand there and let the blaster push me. I don't need to stand in a particular spot. And let's get down here. Whoops. Megad, you were saying you have levels. If I want to check one out. And insight into what a maker would make if they weren't part of the community or had outside influences. Yeah, I totally get that. It's, I mean, I published very few levels, but I mostly kind of played around in the editor. But I was kind of in a similar situation where I knew that I had to fix a lot of things like, you know, despawn bugs and so on, and concepts that I was trying. But I wasn't communicating enough with other people researching the game to understand systematically things like despawning rules, especially, until much later in the lifetime of the game. And particularly, you know, some of the basic toolkit that we're seeing on display, like spawn blocking, for instance. That there was a huge element of research that I'm not really privy to. Look at this. What a fancy bit there with, first of all, the vine climb, the spin jump. There's so much going on in this one. Very nice. Yeah, Megad, I'll punch that one in next. We'll just kind of intersperse suggestions with the Japanese list. Discovering retry doors was a revelation for you. Yeah, very much so, I think. You know, sometimes you just have to play a lot of Maker to see things that you might have missed. Yeah, that was wonderful with the spin jump and the vine climb at the end. Just kind of putting a spin on the blaster ride. Right at the finish. Let's take a look at your code. Bounce house. That looks like a bounce house. Let's see it. And it's sort of interesting to go back to what people were independently trying to do with Mario Maker and see how much of the common language of traditional Mario was still just kind of present in terms of what people were aspiring to and how they thought about design. Oh, little Tetris block over here, I sell it out of reach though. And let's bounce away up. Oh, whoops. Totally wasn't watching that guy. Checkpoint's right there, too. Koopa Caves and Cliffhanger were the two you enjoyed making the most. Yeah, we can deal some of those in. And one of the interesting things, too, about going back to Maker 1, especially when I'm playing levels by people that we know within the community, is how understandably, a lot of people are kind of perhaps embarrassed about their early creations relative to how they think they would do them now, or the quality that they have a reputation for nowadays. And the interesting thing, though, is that even when they're a little bit rough around the edges, the early levels are often very conceptually promising in their own right, where you can kind of see the thought process for what someone wanted to do, even if the level of polish wasn't something that they established until much later. I was trying to get into a crouch somewhere here, but yeah, we see a platform over there. I'm just trying to see if we can... Hang on, let me try to get here in this slot, so we can just crouch jump into it. Much better, much better. Much better. Can I wrap around that? I don't think I can. I think we just need to go left or right. Oh, lost a crouch. No, I don't think so. That's not going to hit at all. We do need to wrap around up top. The setup really shows off to bad camera yet. Oh, okay, no, you played 2YMM already. I was thinking with the camera that after all of the Maker 2 that I played, there's the level that I think is just a kind of standout level in terms of the camera. I think is still a good day to dive, which is Death to Spies or Iris's level in 2YMM. And that to me is still like the example of how to make good use of the Maker 1 camera. Whoops. There was one level by David Pinkston as well that had this absolutely fascinating use of the camera logic at the top of the screen in terms of how off-screen Mario kind of no longer collides with off-screen enemies like boos and such that are on stacks. That was really neat as well. So, you know, Maker 1 camera can be a little frustrating, or even very frustrating, but we definitely saw levels that figured out how to exploit it long before we knew that it would eventually be revised for Maker 2 anyway. Because people definitely did everything they could with what they were given. That includes the weirdness of the original camera tech. I like that the platforms do scroll in, by the way, just from being slightly out of view. Let's try to crouch jump through this stuff. I totally failed to do it. That's okay, we're right at checkpoint. Yeah, considering that we have far better control over the camera as makers in Maker 2, it's still remarkable what people were able to do in Maker 1, including a lot of the early efforts at globally loaded loops and so forth, and building custom soundtracks. Well, all that practice with troll level anti-soft locks may or may not have paid off here. I don't know if we can reach, but we'll take it. Thank you for the GG. And you think when you made this, you were trying to stretch the limits of bumpers, but your knowledge of level making was restricted to actual Mario. Yeah, because it takes a certain kind of, interactive mindset to think about bumpers in terms of say, using them as puzzle gates or object gates, for instance. Because I think the instinct when coming into Mario Maker is to think about things by default as platforming elements and things to jump on, the way that Nintendo seemingly wants you to, and then it's remarkable how rapidly this game just kind of developed from there. Let's take a look at the ones that you mentioned, Koopa Cave and Cliffhanger. This was a Day 2 level. This was uploaded 12th of September 2015. And we will try not to die to the silliest things. And then we'll just push out a little bit at a time. And I think the intention here is to probably stealth over with the vine. But, you know, without dying in the same spot as everybody else. Let's maybe be careful about that. And sure, we'll just let them bump like that. And we'll wait over here. Pop this. And go. And this just send down because, you know, it's Mario and we're used to doing that. And now here we go. Whoops. Now that was definitely a bit of a camera issue in terms of not being able to see the ceiling there, but, you know, Day 2 level, I think, at that point, one could be forgiven for not getting used to the idea that the player camera is not the maker camera. Which is something we still have to lecture novice makers about to this day in Maker 2. That what you see isn't necessarily what the player sees. Particularly with Maker 1's vertical scrolling logic, so. Yeah, Cat, you're saying vines for aesthetics, when, of course, here we're using the vines to get around the big Koopas. So yeah, as you're jumping up here, you kind of have to look at the ledge and... Oh yeah, that's going to be a bit of reach, that's okay. We made it. And then... Oh, let's just be careful here. And because it was, you know, first day with Maker 1, I think everybody was so vowed with... wowed by being able to just spawn anything you like from blocks. This is, of course, still in... Well, I mean, the second day of the game, so no checkpoints, which is fine. We'll try not to lower the, 8% clear rate too much. Yeah, very reasonable for Day 2 level. I mean, I think anybody sort of experiencing 100 Mario for the first time in week 1 would have been overjoyed to see something that plays as reasonably as this. And is spaced in such a way that it's, you know, kind of recognizable as a Mario level. Definitely some risk if you're big of hitting the top corners, though. These are Koopas. We know that now. This guy has the high ground, and we will pop him anyway. There you go, that's the end. That cat, you blocked your Day 2 level out of your memory. Well, Natcat, if you have any Maker 1 code sitting around, you're quite welcome to share as well. If you're not too embarrassed with your early work. I mean, I definitely haven't been showing off anything I made in Maker 1 because it's really nothing to write home about. This was a day 3 level cliffhanger. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, Netcat, feel free to do so. I mean, the servers are only going to be up for so long, right? So, whoops. Speaking of which, oh, I see. This is kind of a Let's Jump level. You uploaded a few on a cousin's account, I see. Well, we'll see what Netcat's cousin's me looks like. Okay. Oh, I see. This is kind of like a wraparound like this. I'm amazed that I actually made that. Then over here, and then, yeah, you of course don't want to accidentally hit that coin because you need to P-switch to, like I said, you don't want to accidentally hit that coin because you need to P-switch to give yourself a landing on top of it. I think we are locked at this point. Unless we can kind of slip in a slot, which we can. So I'm glad the alternative exists. This is gonna be right off the ledge, though. Making people do ledge jumps on day 3 of the game. What is this? Oops. But yeah, it was very interesting to see how people tried different things out until they found the format that interested them. Or more likely dropped off the game after the first few weeks, which actually did happen quite a bit. I was cleaning out my oldest follows to make room for a lot of the makers that would, you know, follow and bookmark for the past few months of play over here, and definitely, whoops, a great number of people that I interacted with in the first few days of the game in 2015. All of their uploads were just in the first 2-3 weeks or so before checkpoints even arrived. And whoops. And Batcage, welcome. And yeah, you made us thinking, what are the hardest jumps you can make? And well, if only you knew where Mario Maker would eventually take you. Although it's kind of amusing that, you know, you're thinking about how to make jumps very inconvenient for people and you wind up with what is effectively a getting over it level. In some ways. Actually, it would be even more of a getting over it level if it did have reset doors, or just a sufficient vertical space to build in that would allow you to dunk the player very far down. Yeah, now we know we can make it up this ledge here. This is not time sensitive as speed door. This door is a reset, right? But that's okay, it lets you scout. This is kind of a scouting door, if I understand it. Ah, yes, because this is a door that is the failure condition for not making it in the top slot. That's maybe not the most convenient pattern. I don't know how I could have gotten out of that, actually. That was not what I saw coming. That's okay. Yeah, Netcat, we're not running a bot or anything, but I'll punch that code in after this one. Oh. Oh. There we go. That's okay. This jump is not going to set us back too far. Yeah, re-upload this. Okay, so let's write it down this time and... Oh, thought I had more room than that. That's okay. We actually just needed to nudge to the right slightly there. Then, yeah, all of this is relatively smooth. Actually, it's been kind of interesting to, in some cases, go back to Maker 1 levels that I know I remember struggling with back in the earliest days of the game, and okay, now we know we can make that jump, first of all. And kind of taking stock of how much I actually have improved as a player. Even since my first return to the game back in 2019. It's good to be able to sort of feel that things are not quite so difficult as you once imagined. Thought so. And then, sure, let's grab the topic flag. No doubt this is where you learn that peas freeze to conveyor belts, but you made it across. And of course, if you just dawdle too long in a pea, you lock yourself. Okay, Natcat, let's take a look at the code you sent. Just out of curiosity, on the play info. Yeah, I also only ever got up to 3 medals or so. But it's sort of interesting to see people's ratios of how much they played versus cleared in terms of their willingness to have taken on content that's much harder than they could realistically clear themselves. And there's this 4 shell jump level that you struggled with, and it was your first experience with shell jumping, and it took you forever, yeah? Yeah, definitely. I mean, I didn't know how to do a shell jump when I started streaming Maker 2. I was kind of dreading the situation where people would send me Kaiser levels. And it's really funny because, speaking of what you were tracking with streamers who were formerly very active with Maker 2 who kind of dropped off, I went back to my VOD of my very first viewer level stream at one point to kind of check something and look up some unfinished business, and I received a level that was a shell level from Beachin, Real Beachin, before he actually became a streamer himself and became briefly one of the more prominent Kaizo streamers with a modest following. And he sent me a shell level that I just, could not do at all because I did not know how to shell jump, and I went back to it, maybe a year or two later when I noticed that it was unfinished business from my very first stream, and it was just very satisfying to be able to take that level down and be able to show him. And it was kind of interesting that it was in a circumstance with, somebody who I would get to know later in the lifetime of the game and see much more frequently. Although I haven't seen him on Twitch lately. Anyway, here's Wrathful Wigglies 2.0. This was from March 2019, so fairly late edition before Maker 2 came in. And this was a re-upload, I see. So who knows how old the original level was. Oops, let's not die to the first Goomba. That's... You made it in 2016-17. Okay. Hey, Hey, pink Yoshi. Wonderful. Yoshi! Oh, it's a woolly Yoshi. That's right. It is Woolly World Yoshi. I only just noticed from the pixel pattern here. Well, he looks rather wrathful to me. Now, this one does too, but that's what happens when we anger him like that. And more POWs do spawn, of course, in case we need to take our revenge even further. And what's down here? And we'll grab this. Yeah, as I recall, Beachin was grinding pretty hard to hit some of the concurrency benchmarks for partner, and I think he just very seriously burnt out after that. Because he was kind of pushing that a little harder than he can handle, because he was kind of right on the cusp for a while, basically, and he built up a really strong Kaizo-oriented community on his end, and he was one of the few Kaizo players who was also a fairly good puzzle player too. You don't see a lot of people who are like that, so that was a very unique experience. Yeah, Woolly Yoshi is wonderful. I don't own the amiibo, but I wish I did. Woolly World, incidentally, is just such an amazing game. I was just incredibly impressed with Woolly World. It was one of those cases of one of Nintendo's developers, one of their development partners, just punching way, way above their weight in terms of good feels usual output. I mean, they consistently turn out, you know, very reasonable, accessible games, but yeah, we shouldn't have taken the damage boost through there. We locked ourselves. No, we didn't. We despawned it. Goodbye. But Woolly World was just something else in terms of how very reasonably it compared to how everybody remembers Yoshi's Island. And just by its very nature as a game on the Wii U, and also a game in a series where everybody's sort of perennially despairing that they'll never go back to the heights of Yoshi's Island, I think it was very much overlooked just how good it was. But yeah, it's a very fine game. I mean, it's obviously going to be on a gentler side because it's a Yoshi game, but it's much closer to something, in terms of the sort of care and finesse that goes into the level design, it's much more like something like PKC Returns in terms of what it was doing for the series. And yeah, just lots of Wool Yoshi being reiterated here. You're going to play more Wii U games here, so you're going to give it a go. Yeah, highly recommended. Highly, highly recommended. I was actually very disappointed with Crafted World on the Switch, simply because there were so many things that Woolly World did much better. And I just kind of cleaned up 100% on a Woolly World shortly before Crafted World came out, right? And so it was very fresh in memory in terms of what it was doing right that didn't come back. I've come around on Crafted World. I've come to appreciate it in its own way, because it's, you know, not really so much of a platformer. That's not really its priority, but as a very aesthetically oriented collectathon adventure, there's actually a lot of things to come to like about it. But yeah, definitely, you know, there was a bit of a point at which like Crafted World was just a massive disappointment for me, because it seemed like a lot of the magic that came together for Woolly World was walked back. And thank you so much for that, Edcat. Yeah, quite a lot of variety from room to room. Anyway, I don't know if you have anything else in your cousin's profile that you would recommend to me, Natcat. If not, we'll just go on to some more levels. Although, like I was saying earlier, if Lantis is still here, Lantis, I actually do have a code to point to your profile sitting around if you want me to look at anything. Because I seriously regretted that we didn't have enough time to just do it completely. But yeah, Natcat, let me know if there's something you want me to look at. Pesky Piranhas was yours, okay. Pesky Piranhas Underground. And let's get over here. There's an airship one, but it's not really worth playing. Oh, okay, if you say so. We'll let you choose. And we'll... just follow your judgment accordingly. Here's a little one up over here. Yeah, the thing about the aesthetic flexibility of Maker 1 as well is that when you look at the ways in which Mario Maker 2 kind of subtracted from the more specifically aesthetically oriented appeal of Mario Maker, I think it actually hurt the traditional genre much more than anything else in some ways, because if you're building traditional Mario, that's going to be the principal way in which you're going to be distinguishing your level from others. It's not really going to be in the interactive pieces so much, it's going to be, you know, in the overall impression and flavor and how memorable things are in that respect. So considering that traditional Mario was what most players sort of imagined for themselves going into Maker 1 at the outset, I do think it probably had a very significant effect on capping the growth potential of Maker 2. You know, in terms of bleeding out a lot of the casual traditional base very early. Yeah, Natcat, I know you had recently sort of gotten back into uploading in Maker 2, so glad to hear you've caught the buzz again. It seemed like a lot of activity in Maker 2 had kind of precipitously dropped off within this year. Much more so than in years past in some ways, and part of it might just be, you know, a lot of the attention from the community diverting elsewhere, but and people go through cycles of burnout, obviously, but usually you'd have people's level of activity be replaced by others at a very steady clip, and definitely I've seen a pretty noticeable drop within the past year when it comes to Maker 2. So, and yeah, you know, people are busy, but now you can technically walk at the bottom. This is a pretty significant difficulty spike, of course, if we aren't careful. And well, I mean, you know, I've been in enough sort of community content-oriented scenes to know that people do just come and go, and there are patterns of burnout and disappearance and interest, but to some extent you have to differentiate what's going on there from overall trends that might be negative for the game or the scene. So Thank you for that one. Okay, if we don't have additional suggestions, I am going to try to go back to the recommendation list from earlier if I can somehow pin it. I'm going to try to make a second attempt at trying to pin a message if I am able to. Sometimes I just have issues with my interface. Let's see if I can do it. Unable to pin. But hang on. I need to reload my chat. Just give me one moment here while I try to take care of that. There we go. Hopefully we see that successfully pinned. So yeah, we'll continue with some of the levels that are recommended there and find... well, I'll look at whatever I haven't recorded, basically. Just try to go through it. Like I said, it's mostly the Japanese ones that I haven't seen, but there are a few that I have not either played or recorded and that are international as well, so... This one, for instance, I feel like I actually did see back in the day. Yeah, trimming was cleared earlier today, Plattered, so I don't know if anyone's grounding second clear if they have already, you know, put in so much time. Because yeah, I definitely saw Jank Pickle just decide to, you know, finally do something else with his time, and I don't know if Curbs wants to keep at it or whatever, but Sanix got to clear earlier today, a couple of hours ago, so well worth catching up on a clip. So this is from December 2015. I do recognize the maker, and so I think I probably did play it back in the day, although of course my flags and stars from back then have not been preserved. Regardless, this is not something we have played in recent memory or recorded, so I think while this level is familiar to me, we will be going into it fresh. So let's take a look at Bowser's Flame Wheel Fortress. And if it's the level that I'm thinking of, you'll recognize it instantly if you've seen it. And why do I say that? Because, well, it's a Flame Wheel level. We've seen a couple of these from various makers, of course, but this one seemed particularly well known. With about 40,000 plays on it. So let's go through here. And whoops. And up we go. But yeah, let's see if we can see where to go after this one. Oh, there's the coins. Okay. So yeah, just one flame wheel after another, and this was a late enough upload, of course. That oh, I'm trying to see if I can actually reach the wall jump up there. I don't think I can. I was hoping I could, but it doesn't look reachable. Without something like a propeller. And yeah, so now you see these slices of flame wheel pie just coming down towards you. Despite the amount of track setup that it takes to make this, and the fireballs are a really nice touch, by the way. The interesting thing to me is that the track setups look so very regular and clean as well, that they aren't an obtrusive part of the level. Yeah, it's a very visually arresting level, like I said, if you've seen it, you know. I probably haven't played this one since 2015. I think I did at the time, but anyway, we'll just run away from this massive wheel bearing down on us. Follow the coins, which are pretty well indicated throughout. Let's... Oh. Missed a mushroom, of course. And, whoops. For some reason, this makes me think of the cheese wheel level in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, although that one was a rocket barrel level, I believe, where you know, pilot your rocket barrel around the cheese wheel. If you've seen that level, you know which one I'm talking about. But of course, you know, cosmetically, even though this is a platforming level rather than a rocket barrel, it still looks very much like the cheese wheel. But and yeah, there are some really nice firebar stacking levels in Maker 2 as well. Omega. Actually, if you look at Lecter's profile, Lecter has one that is very, very good. That is his MC Escher level. You'll know what I mean when you play it, but basically it uses firebar stacking to create a tribute to MC Escher, and you'll have to believe it when you see it, but conceptually it works. But yeah, it's just a big track drop overlap. And we definitely saw a lot of concepts like this on, I believe it was Exonum's profile as well, because Exonum had this phase in his profile where he was just trying to do tons of track stacking like this with every object imaginable. So he kind of has this track stack period going on as well, and I'm sure, you know, he must have been very much aware of this level while he was doing so. There's a star in there that we are totally not getting a chance at. If we had taken the damage boost there with the mushroom, we could have taken it, and then if we had the mushroom state, essentially, we could have gone in there, grabbed a star, grabbed another mushroom to replace. Anyway, let's get over here. But yeah, whoops. But yeah, definitely the fact that it's a source of flame projectiles is something that distinguishes this from your everyday cheese wheel level. Oh, I see. If you get into that slot there from left to right, then you get the star. So you kind of have to notice that shortcut. And you're rewarded for that shortcut with a brief period of invulnerability, which is actually very delicately conceived, so... Oh. Let's watch out for our head here. We can try to go for the star this time as well. Anyway, let's down here. And yeah, jumping directly into the cheese wheel is maybe not the best idea, but whoops. Like I was saying when I started this level, you remember this one? Cool stuff. I think you mean hot stuff. Regardless, whoops. Oh, that was a terrible fall. Totally missed where we were going there. Anyway, let's continue this way. So little time left in this game. But doing what we can. Whoops. Okay, so let's try to get into this. That's not going to work out.
Oh no!
Not very well, anyway. But anyway, if you slip into that slot, you get a star. That's the reward, as we noticed. Because I was thinking about the path towards it, where it looked like you just get damage boost in there or something, but that's not the case. Yeah, and then you kind of have to follow the coin trail if you want to take the top path like that. And of course, Mario's position here is going to affect the fireballs. And then, oh, trying to short hop there isn't going to work, but we can still take the damage boost up here, I think. Oh no, it's too high. Not as easy a jump to make as we supposed. Yeah, because I was trying to do a short hop into that slot to grab star plus mushroom, and that was not so forthcoming. And let's... I was going to see if this was a progressive power, but we won't see it. We'll just try to grab a shroom and die instead. At that point in the level, by the way, I'm actually starting to notice slight signs of slowdown. I think. I don't know if that's just an illusion of having so much fire on the screen, or if it's actually a little bit of performance lag that is caused by the setup, but we will see. In both games, I think lag machines were traditionally something that Nintendo was not so keen on having stay up. But yeah, there's a kind of mildly noticeable slowdown at some point. I don't know if that's sort of actually the case. It would be reflected in the game clock, of course. Ever so slightly. Might just be a trick of the effects here that make me think that is going on. Anyway, let's head up. Oh, there's definitely slowdown. I feel it.
Oh no!
Definitely feeling the lag on some of these jumps. And yeah, oddly makes me think of this one very deliberate lag machine level that actually I think was Quality Humor here, who made a lag machine level of Maker 2 that did stay up, which was sort of very well designed around that as a concept. But yeah, it absolutely lags at a certain point. Anyway, let's keep moving on. So yeah, it's not just your end, it's not just my stream, it is in fact the level itself that is lagging. Sufficient particle effects work on screen. Just have to adjust our jumps accordingly. Yeah, particularly with all these flowers here. All these fireballs, rather. I think the idea was to... Whoops.
Oh no!
If you take the star, just run to the middle of the wheel and disable some projectiles. Try to go for the star and we'll see what happens. Generally, if you're going to get the star, you're going to be ahead of the wheel anyway, so... I just imagine something like this in Maker 2, but with red mechas to give you some missiles on top of that. Oops. Lag. Oh, we missed a star. That's okay. Lag. Okay. Well, we just need to adjust around it. Oh, it is a progressive color, which we won't keep very long at all. I wonder if this could have been entered, actually. No, it looks like it's the top part of the level, so perhaps not. Anyway, checkpoint. If you respawn from checkpoint, nothing's going to spawn up here in terms of wheel, but Fireflower up here, and yeah, it totally looks like you could keep the propeller and do something in the top segment, but we won't see it. Oh, it's telling me to go back this way. Ah, with the propeller you can actually skip up ahead up here too, which might be interesting. Anyway, we're gonna get some Bowser fire going on here. Interestingly enough, oh yeah, maybe let's not hang around here. I was hoping to get through this slot here, but I think we should just continue down instead. And take too much damage. Whoops, tight fit, but we made it. Was a safe zone, and remarkably, so was that. Anyway, this is surely going to give me something useful. That's going to be a star that we're going to miss by a block. After all that dodging and all that finesse, that is what we lose to. That happens. Yeah, so here's Bowser here. Bowser's on the right. We loop around, grab the star, and come back and just get him, I suppose. Beat the camera in some ways, so we don't wind up in such a tight spot. There we go. And where's Bowser? Well, we didn't get to cut through him, but that'll do. And so yeah, if you have the propeller, I think you just get a skip at the end, which is kind of a nice touch if you're going for speed. But you know, even on top of this central concept of the flame wheel, it's very well designed. The Japanese list that we've been consulting actually recommends an auto level. This will be interesting. I haven't been looking at auto levels at all, actually. Kind of associate them with some of the early spamminess of making one where you get tons of auto levels or Mario Kart dominating the charts in the early weeks. But let's see what's so special about this one. Okay, so sure, let's respect that it's an auto level and assume that it plays itself. I don't know. We'll see. Typically what I do with auto levels in Maker 2 anyway is we'll just try to figure out the story and commentate. Kung Fu Mario, let's see what it is. So anyway, today Mario is going to pop all these Goombas and put rainbows on them. Like he's playing Rainbow Islands or something. To his heart's content. But then the Magic Koopa here will have none of it. He's going to put up a little bit of a fight here. Where Mario just pops him with his own shells anyway. However, it is now Bowser's turn and Mario is going to deflect a shell after shell, only to be dizzied by the fire. But he's having none of that either, and he's going to wear the spiny hat while he's still in a bit of a dazed and confused state. Luckily, this mole that wants to help him out is going to give him a bit of a boost as he gets into this position and trades the spiny hat for a fire flower that he is going to promptly lose. But that's as good a way as any to drop the hammer and Bowser. And beyond that, that's the goal. So this was in October 2015. I mean, auto levels I remember were already very prominent then, but possibly this one stood out by actually having this sense of narrative to it as Mario clears boss after boss. Let's keep on going. And the next one is Super Mario Kart Cave Circuit. This was from 2017. So I don't think I would have seen it because it would have been in that period when I was very much inactive in this game. But it's kind of interesting to see this right after the auto level. Like I said, it seemed like in the early days of Maker 1 that auto levels and Mario Kart were the things that I remember being particularly viral, but given that this one made a big splash as late as 2017 when the form was seemingly worn out by then, we'll see what's so special about it. Typically with a lot of this Mario Kart subgenre, you put on the Mario Kart amiibo costume and you drive around for a couple laps. But you'll have a little bit of a countdown here, and go. I actually think I played this one back in the day. I recognize a lot about it. We're not going to be getting any speed records this time. Anyway, yeah, we're going to miss that, and then I'm going to wind up over here instead. This is kind of nice, actually, that the track does in fact split. And you do hit a few snags along the way if you don't play very cleanly. There's a fair bit of variety to it, in fact. And it sort of ensures that you're still karting. Now this is the part where we do need to do a 3-coin collection. And then, yeah, we basically go through each of these layers. Back down and through. And down. Oh, and we get a triple mushroom. This is kind of neat, actually. This is thematically interesting. That you also have the mushrooms that are on the tracks there to imitate using the triple mushroom pack there to give yourself 3 consecutive speed boosts. And that's a bit of flavorful finesse that we typically didn't see of many of the levels that attempted this form. Whoops. Now this part, well, let's just control this accurately. Yeah, definitely the use of the item blocks and the use of the music here too to simulate picking up the item block. That will here give you the bullet bill item. Yeah, this is much more sophisticated than the typical Mario Kart Tribute level, actually, because it's not just racing around a track, it's finding ways to think about how to make the item blocks recreate elements of the original game accordingly, so very stylish. Next up, we have Jaws, also known as Bruce, if you know your Spielberg lore. Internally, on the production team for Jaws, the shark was known as Bruce because he was named for Spielberg's lawyer. I believe that's how the story goes. Anyway. Just when you thought it was safe to get back into a water level, we see this. What will it be? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And yeah, because it's auto-scroll, it can set up the attribute to the original John Williams minor second. Kind of the best known minor second in 20th century music at this point, probably. This is still auto-scroll, so presumably music might still continue. Or, oh, okay, no. You just get all of the tracks that are being used for the shark instead. Well, should have paid back some of those loads. Okay, we go up and then presumably... Oh, yeah, it's not in the pipe. You go up here instead to escape. Then you take the flower. Now this will be interesting because that was made from blasters and booze. So what do you do with the fire flower? Possibly it's just a hit buffer here. So you swim here. Notice that everything is perfectly safe with the piranhas. It's kind of like doing, I don't know, the Universal Studios backlot tram tour or something where nothing actually threatens you. Except this guy. Did we take a damage boost to go through it? I think we do, actually. Wasn't totally clear on that at first, but didn't see any other way to do it, so... Shark is gonna swipe at you and bite off the part of your body that makes fire. But, there he is again. And we'll see how close the shark is about to get. Very narrow escape. We've got... You like that he has a white underbelly? Yeah, it's a very nice touch. And a bit of back and forth segment as well, that it reversed both ways on the track, and artistically everything still remained intact. Okay, let's continue. Luckily, a lot of these actually have been quite brief so far, so we're going to see a nice and large sample. I hope. Now, I know that not everything on the list is necessarily going to be trivially easy, because, I mean, Mecha Bowzilla was #1 on the list, but that's because Mecha Bowzilla should rightly be #1 on pretty much every list. I kind of remember this one as well now that I look at it, the Lunar Tower. This is one of those mega popular levels from the first few weeks that's... I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but I don't know if it's the level that I'm thinking of. It is some kind of vertical climb screen to screen, as you can see. I must have played this one back in the day. And yeah, level 1, I remember this one actually. I must have played it back in 2015. That's one of the early big popular levels that was available. I don't know if I would have followed up on anything else this maker made, but we might have to look at that just to see if it's somebody I recognize. And the short will just keep going. Luckily, enough platform cycling around that we get up here without too much trouble. Here's number 3. It's not going to crush you. Of course, it's much too gentle for that. Oops. But we do need to run around accurately to get to the right places. And here's number 4. Puts a spring in your step. Puts your step on a spring, more like it. But this has got to be a vine climb. And it is. I feel like theoretically you could do it without, but let's keep going. I was slightly bothered by the pointiness of that number 6, but that's okay. It's still readable as a 6. And up we go. A lot of different cloud patterns here, of course. And Let's head on up. Whoops, almost. This one's gonna cycle around. I feel like this is a maker I would have followed up on separately as well. I definitely recognize a lot about this level. And in fact, compared to most things that I haven't played in the better part of a decade, I, for some reason, remember this one more sharply than many other levels of its day. Possibly it's one of the ones I caught up on in 2019 instead, perhaps, but... we will keep going. Head on over, and then... pipe we go. And here's number 10. As usual with donut blocks, we just have to keep on jumping, and that'll conveniently bounce me up. And that's the moon. Yeah, let me look into this maker for a moment, because I wonder... actually, largely a maker of one-screen puzzles, which is interesting. So yeah, I know the level, but I don't think this is a maker I would have played separately. Look at this triggered face over here. And yeah, let's head back out. Okay, next up, that'd be another Japanese level, and one that I recognize as well, I think. But we'll go through as much as we can. Big wave surfing. Well, it's a very wavy entrance. Actually, I don't think I played this necessarily. But we'll see. Definitely a concept we've seen in a couple of different contexts. Oh, one up here. But yeah, very bouncy experience. As you might expect. I'm cautious about a skewer here. Skewer heads down. Little flame wave here, matching all the other waves. That's all the way. Trying to hit the question blocks, but we totally missed. Anyway, the entrance here definitely tells you what's coming. This hard block column here almost screams of spiny head, but no, I think it's just something decorative. And oops. little too far in that location. Anyway, we'll pop this one. Too dizzy in the process, really. It's a bouncy castle, or it would be if it were a castle rather than an airship. Anyway, now we fly. Or now we float. I mean, you can't fly, it's just that a lot of scrolls can prevent you from doing too much with it. Except, of course, we're getting up to this little bonus in here. Yeah, it's very delicately executed, for sure. This whole concept. I've seen a lot of levels with sinusoidal patterns, but this one is pretty well designed. Oh, we totally offset something here. Let's not do that so much. Yeah, the cape would help us quite a bit. Over here. I feel like we can totally fly in this segment too. Oh no. Boss time. Wish it was quieter. Well, yeah. Okay, here's Bowser, so we need to figure out what to do with him. It's going to be some kind of muncher drop that crushes him, so I wonder if this is actually just a survival timer that's just disguised. I suspect it is. Given that there's a track that runs up to that point, it looks very much like a survival timer. Hey, it confirms for me that game sound is working today. Despite a hiccup earlier. Yeah, interesting that there's a little bit of initial auto scroll in this room as well. I mean, because you're spawning into the door, the middle position with the lack of scroll stop. That everything stops because we are at the end of the layout here. So yeah, P-switch is coming up there, and then there comes a point when the P-switch is going to activate, and then that gets you out. The game sound is definitely working. You say, oh yeah. Good to know. Switch is almost here. And of course we're just going to completely miss at that point. I didn't know what the ending condition was going to be, but as you can see there was that disguised vine spawn. Very well disguised actually. And of course, you know, you have a set timing for how things are going to go here between scroll and check requirements for levels with designs like these. Anyway, up we go. It is the Wii U version, yes. Golden Mixer. This is Super Mario Maker 1. Let's make it over here. Nothing good. Just a whole lot of bouncing and coins. Definitely not winning the Oscar for sound design, but perhaps visual effects is in play. Oh yeah. Sound design, maybe not so much, but sound mixing, absolutely. Okay, let's see another one. Yeah, this one was from February 2017, actually. So. We previously saw the Game Boy level, which was the next one on the recommendation list. Because we showed that off a few streams ago. I'll just keep going down and we'll punch some more in. And yeah, we've been going through a pretty pile today. Banshee roller coaster. Okay, so let's enter. This is going to give you a bit of a preview of what is to come in the subworld anyway. Oh, I see. So you're being chased by the ghost, huh? And it's kind of like a minecart chase level, actually. And where you jump in certain spots, it plays. I mean, you know, obviously in DKC you jump with the cart, but other than that, and we'll try to get the coin condition as well, actually, just to grab everything. Well, actually, no, that's not entirely true. There are the DKC levels where you do jump out of the cart and not with the cart, and this feels very much like one of those. With this little chase sequence that's going on here. And we do need to read the tracks. Missed a coin, but we'll scout ahead a little bit and see more of the level before we make too many decisions about where to take a dive. Because that way we can actually learn things as we go. And so yeah, we're supposed to get 5 coins at this point. I'm, in that case, actually going to redo it for a coin. Oh, wait, no, we hit checkpoint already. Then let's redo, rather. Yeah, it absolutely feels like a classic minecart. Notice that... Oh, I was too busy looking at the boo stack on top of the spike top as well. Notice this small spike top pattern that's keeping the boo in place on the left side. Where you have the spike top kind of drop loosely and the boo drop loosely, and then they kind of clip together. Anyway, that's it up, and then coins at this point. Let's stay steady. Whoops. Yeah, I should have ducked out of that, actually. That was a sensible play. Okay, 5 coins. We got it. Then I'm talking. Oh, we have to trade between the spike tops here that we have to go from point to point. This is, of course, something that does not work at all in Maker 2 because of the change in how POWs sit on other objects. Specifically, they do not sit on enemies, they slip off. So, unbeknownst to the maker at the time, this is very much a bit of Maker 1 design that we have not gotten back. I wonder where all the Japanese streamers hang out. I was actually rated by one a few days ago. Yeah, probably on other networks mostly though. But it is a good question. I know, of course, a lot of them that were working on Team 0% just uploaded directly to YouTube. I don't know how much of that was also live streaming on YouTube, but it seemed like the Japanese players, anyway, that were working on the 0% clears did congregate and post videos there far more often. But it's not a scene that I'm connected to at all, apart from a few makers who crossed over to projects like YMN. Yeah, so do need to watch out for a little dip in a track here from time to time. Whoops. Oh, missed a train. I wonder if you can just take a POW with you, actually, and still make it safely across. It looks like you probably could as an edge case. Okay. Oh, missed it. Yeah, we should stay in position there and do a first initial jump first before we go on a little further. No, I keep missing this. Well, I mean, part of it is the camera, but that was almost salvageable. Yeah, Nico Nico, for sure. That's a big place for them to reach a majority Japanese-speaking audience. It helps that Nintendo themselves do a lot of official content there too, I think. Oops. But yeah, not something I'm too up to speed on at all. I wish we had spent more time seeing some of the makers that were from the Japan side. Given what a big part of Maker 1 history that is. I think we missed the end of coin up to the left side there. We'll see if that's the case. We'll take a death or so. Not deliberately here, of course, but there'll be a bit more reading to do in that segment. And then, oh, we keep missing this. That's catching me by surprise often. But pretty much whenever we see any coins whatsoever, we know the pink coin is near. Bang, welcome. I will take this bit up. And, oh, that was an unfortunate offset there. There's clearly some absolutely incredible makers separated by the language barrier. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, actually, we made it. I didn't expect us to. So I just slipped off, expecting we'd take a poll anyway. Yeah, that's very true of the South Korean scene as well, in Maker 2, which really blew up. Which has many of the most talented Maker 2 makers that we know. Especially with the kind of balkanization of streaming services we see over there as well. In Korea, as I know very well from years of following StarCraft, Afrika is the big presence there domestically. And Twitch has shut down recently in terms of streaming and any financial operations in Korea. You can still watch streams, but you can't really do much besides that. But apparently Afrika doesn't have the license from Nintendo to stream their games, and so when it comes to the Nintendo games, the Korean community goes through YouTube. Oops. Yeah, if only you had the fish in your ear. We were just having a chat about the Hitchhiker's Guide in this stream a few days ago as well, I think. Or last week. Oh, I think that was when B-Minutes was here, because he was telling me that he actually had played Arthur Dent on stage once. But I actually read a book a couple of years ago that was about literary translation, and it was called "Is That a Fish in Your Ear?" because, you know, at this point, Hitchhiker's Guide is just so iconic as a representation of the concept. Of course, the first internet machine translation that was popular back in the day was the Babelfish on Alta Vista. Babelfish or Babelfish, depending on who's reading. Thank you so much for the follow. And yeah, one thing we were definitely talking about was how, I mean, I was introduced to Hitchhiker's Guide from a very young age. Originally as the book. I went from the book first, as I think a lot of people do nowadays, and then to the radio show and the BBC adaptation after. But of course, it's very obvious when you return to it now that the radio show was what came first. It's very conspicuously adapted from radio to, or you kind of pick up on the signs when you go back. Especially when you see the stylistic change from the first two books that were drafted from the radio play to the later ones. Actually, there was kind of a big revival in Douglas Adams adaptations in recent years. Like, there was a new Dirk Gently show and some additional radio adaptations of the later books in the series as well. And yeah, you followed on your Xbox. Sorry, I took a bit of a reading chat death here. I'm reading that as Hey I'm Cine, or Hey Imcine, I guess. Hey I'm Cine. I'll just call you Cine if that's okay, but followed on your Xbox, but you had to find your phone to type. Yeah, because you can't chat on Xbox anymore. Yeah, I don't even know how a lot of the console-specific clients work. I know that Twitch had, I think, maybe even discontinued support for the Twitch client on Switch, I believe. And yeah, again, you wish Hitchhiker's Guide came to you earlier in life. I mean, there's, you know, no bad time to get into it. I mean, certainly reading it as a kid, some things about it would go over my head. Especially if you're not growing up in the UK, or if you're growing up in a country where, you know, say, cricket is not much of a presence, and then all the cricket content and Life, the Universe, and everything just goes over your head. But just as one example. Whoops. The new Jerk Gently series is pretty cool. Every time they adapt any Atom series, it seems to get cancelled far too soon. Yeah. I didn't know. I haven't kept up with the series. I just know it exists as a new adaptation. I was just delighted to find recently. So there's this... whoops. Okay, no, there's a coin up above that we need to get to faster if we want to get to that one. We will try it, of course. There's this... kind of... introductory children's mathematics education series that has taken off in recent years. That I kind of know about because I keep up with some mathematics education and some other things adjacent to it. And, well, okay, it's a spin jump on top of the spike top. That's what it is to get over to the coin. So I'm talking about number blocks, which is an exquisite series. I can't believe how good it is at what it does when it comes to, you know, teaching toddlers and up. A lot of surprisingly robust concepts early on. You know, you basically have toddlers watching this program and learning how to count numbers up to 5 or up to 10 or whatever, and they're already being taught implicitly things like bubble sort algorithms and factorization in a very subtle way. But anyway, the reason I mention it is because they have this cameo appearance at one point late in this series by a number blocks representation of the number 42, who, of course, is wearing this bathrobe and is carrying his towel. And I just found that to be just an absolute delight. And hey, I'm seeing that you're saying you're starting to try to do Kaizo levels in Super Mario Maker. Yeah. Never too late to start. I mean, as I was saying earlier in the stream, I didn't know how to do basic Kaizo techniques like shell jumps when I first started streaming. I'm still not good at them, but I think a lot of people who are interested enough to get into them find the process very rewarding. I needed to stop reading chat during this segment here. Anyway, I'll catch up in a little bit. I keep missing that. Yeah. And now you want to watch a children's educational show. Yeah, like if you have any interest in, you know, how people are finding ways to communicate mathematical concepts, I actually do highly recommend looking into it. Because there's a lot of stuff that I think is very often done poorly in that field. Or at least inelegantly, and I'm just consistently surprised at what number blocks gets right. But yeah, definitely like a lot of, you know, very well-made children's programs. There's a good bit of cultural cross-reference, I guess, for adults who are currently supervising it. So. Shell jumps are actually quite harder than you thought. Yeah, so the thing about shell jumps that clicked for me, I mean, I still don't do them very well. I do them with a relatively low hit rate, I guess, but there are two keys, I think, to getting into shell jumps for the first time that aren't necessarily intuitive until you really get your hands on them. The first is getting into the habit of holding the jump button while you are letting go of items, which is something that playing standard Mario never ever teaches you and never forces you to do. But the more you play Kaizo, the more you realize that many item handling tricks like shell jumps are designed with the expectation that you maintain your jump fully, while you just kind of blink the tip of your thumb off of the Y button to release an item. Once you do that, I find that's a huge breakthrough, and still something that I struggle with occasionally because, you know, I don't really have that as a muscle memory habit the way a lot of experienced Kaizo players do. The second thing I found to be the big hump to get over when it comes to learning shell jumps is knowing how to adjust when you fail, in terms of being able to read, did I do that too early or did I do that too late when you do fail to jump? That takes a little bit getting used to, but then you realize, you know, that there's a difference between when you hit yourself with a shell versus when you send a shell too low, for instance. And then when you learn to read which way you should be correcting a failed shell jump, like whether you should be going earlier or later, or whether you need to be standing further or closer, then you improve very rapidly, I would say. So, yeah, you speedrun Wonder any %, but you're just trying to practice Kaizo for fun. Yeah. I mean, you know, if you're speedrunning Wonder any %, that's still very technically accomplished in its own right. I'm just thinking of... So Jank Pickle, who had been streaming Trimming the Herbs like crazy, I was aware of his levels from previous GDQs, I think, but only recently kind of noticed him as a streamer because he was the GDQ runner for Mario Wonder any %, and so I kind of have seen what some of the any % runners are doing in terms of, you know, having to thread the needle sometimes on a world map, and whoops, didn't want to pick that up. We were doing quite well up to that point. Yeah, you've been watching Trimming the Herbs. Trimming the Herbs actually did go down earlier today, if you didn't catch it. It was Sanix who got to clear. So it actually did get taken care of before the shutdown, as if people hadn't noticed that it was tool assist in the first place. Although I think that the fact that the tool assist situation was revealed the way it did definitely influenced how people approached the level in the final weeks, in terms of who gave up on it, who stuck with it, and the mentality that brought with them into the level when it came to sticking with it. So anyway, but yeah, Maga, to get back to what we were saying about mathematics education, I've always kind of taken an interest in how foundational concepts like that are communicated through puzzles and games in particular as teaching tools. There's a very robust history to that that is very much its own subject, and so and that extends to, you know, a lot of how things like data visualization is introduced to people before they really even know any terminology associated with it, but just the way that early pattern recognition gets developed. So, okay. We did the blind read here just fine before. We were missing presumably one coin in a safety, although you never know with early Maker 1 levels if the safety coins are going to be a thing. I feel like they're more often a thing with some of the levels coming out of Japan, and that, you know, it's later on, as we get closer to Maker 2, that it becomes much more standardized internationally as the way people expect to handle key death. Oh, okay. Actually made it. wasn't sure that throw was going to go. And a little late on this jump. Yeah, the fact Sanix was able to beat it in 130 hours is quite incredible, absolutely. I mean, I'm not a very technically adept player, but the thing that I notice when I'm watching technically adept players is that their consistency with their inputs and their muscle memory is incredible. And that, I mean, it's like that with speedrunners too, obviously. That, you know, part of the skill requirement for doing any of that kind of thing is being able to recreate movements that you've figured out, which I don't do well at all. I always like having lots of headroom for improvisation. But being able to do something precisely, but also redo it often enough that you can practice the stuff that you actually want to work on, I think that's the major factor. That's the night and day difference between people who can really tackle the advanced content and people who can't do so very consistently. Because it's really all about how well you sort of accelerate your own learning process. Okay. And up throw over here, good. Now we need to go nice and early on this jump, unlike how we were doing it previously. We have this here. Ah, yes, because you do need to jump on both stacks on the way over. Okay, this is as far as we've gotten. And yeah, it actually got beaten. That's why we're talking about it. It was a few hours ago. It was today. And Sanix took it down. No. Mr. All Games All Day, is there a similar game to Scrabble but using math? Actually, yes. There is a Scrabble variant that it's pretty obscure. I've only ever heard a few very advanced Scrabble tournament people talk about it, I think. But there is a Scrabble variant where instead of using words, the valid plays are valid mathematical formulas. You still use a Scrabble board. But then you create equations with the tiles. I'll try to look it up for you and I'll try to send it to you. But it's kind of like a custom variant that you can theoretically play on a Scrabble board. There's no real scene or community around it. It's more of a theoretical construction that people have talked about. There's one fellow who's a mathematician in Toronto who is actually the current director of one of the big two national organizations for Scrabble in North America. He's the fellow who basically developed the whole tournament pairing software that is in standard usage nowadays, and I think he's the one who had something on his website about it. I'll have to look this up afterwards. Talking to fellow, yeah. Anyway, let's. It's probably not that difficult actually, because the thing is, you know, putting valid strings together in some ways is less memorization dependent than knowing lots of obscure words, because you can kind of see for yourself that a formula is valid, right? But yeah, like I said, I don't think it's ever been a competitive scene or anything that's been played in a tournament setting. It's more of a theoretical fun variant that people have set up before. What happens sometimes at some of the biggest Scrabble tournaments, like national championships and such, is that they sometimes have an after-hours playroom for people who can't get enough of the game to do casual variants with other people who just kind of want to hang around a hotel between tournament sessions. And so that's when you typically see variants get played. I'm trying to get all pink coins, which is why I'm taking a dive here. Yeah, no, it's just arithmetic, I think, when it comes to the particular variant I'm talking about. I don't remember the name that it goes by. There's some kind of nickname for it. Anyway. There we go. That was a bit of a long reach, but we got it. And then, oh yeah, we have to jump from point to point over here. I keep reacting late to that particular dip. You don't use normal tiles, you use a normal board, I think, then you use an alternate set of tiles that has numbers and operators on it. I haven't seen this in action myself, I don't think. Or at least I haven't played it. I might have seen it laid out on the board or something, but... Whoops. You think you found it? Number Scrabble. Yeah, maybe that's what it's called. I did not remember the name for it. Anyway, I'll have to read more of the chat after I'm through this segment here. This is not terribly difficult, it's just that we have had a lot of slip-ups along the way. Again, definitely a concept that does not work in Mega 2 because of the prevalence of house stacked on enemies. Okay, so we jump on this platform and then up to this platform, and then we catch this one, and then this one. Okay. Yeah, we're still doing a bit of a blind read in this section here. And I've been picking up way too many pounds on the way down. Someone's selling a variation or a homemade version on Etsy called Mathel. Interesting. Anyway, let's up down here. I found that there are basically two things in life that have kind of allowed me to retain my ability to do mental arithmetic, you know, just basic addition and subtraction. One of them is Scrabble. It's probably the most addition and subtraction I do in my head in a given week. The other, of course, is Fire Emblem. Because, you know, Fire Emblem is very much just an arithmetic game. You just need to make sure you're reading your own numbers accurately and accounting for various complexities. Wow, it didn't trap the Goomba in the one-way panel that time. You know what? We should have just continued riding on this platform here. It means that we could have saved ourselves an extra jump. Yeah, so... Oh, right, because we're trying out infinite words, yeah. The thing that really sort of unlocked a certain understanding of anagramming skill for me was that, as with things like people who study opening theory in chess, for instance, that quite a lot of it is actually just done by recognition. That, you know, when you see top Scrabble players solve 7 or 8 letter words very quickly, what's actually going on is that they sort the letters in a certain way. Like they put all the letters in alphabetical order, or they do, say, vowels first, consonants second, or everybody kind of has their own preferred scheme. And they solve the anagrams by recognition, where you can kind of just look at a jumble of letters, but you've seen it in flashcards before, and you've solved them before, and it actually kind of jogs some memory deep in your brain. And Chaz Ray... We were just talking about Chaz. Well, tangentially.
Sploosh.
Hope Maker 2 is treating you well over there today. We just finished a fantastic Japanese level here in Maker 1. And yeah, as Maker 1 winds down, we've been doing just a lot of personal recommendations, a bit of a hangout here where people send me stuff, and we've actually been going through a recommendation list of classics in Maker 1 that was written in a Japanese forum back in 2017, and so it's a lot of old classics that people know, as well as some levels that people don't necessarily, that are also just very technically spectacular, like the one that we just played here. So we've been having a great time. But yeah, we were just having a conversation in chat about how anagramming skill in games like Scrabble is actually very much akin to people who study opening theory in chess, and how a lot of it is just kind of, you know, pattern recognition from existing familiarity. Maybe shell jumps are like that too, who knows. But thank you so much for the follows from everybody who's coming in and bringing along their maiden ones. Yeah, you gotta say goodbye to Maker tomorrow and download some levels. I've been doing that as well. We've been, you know, just stuffing the core spot. I might have to start some additional profiles too. Anyway, yeah, if you're wondering where I'm sourcing some of the levels from the Japanese makers in particular, we've just been going down a lot of the list that is in the message that you should see pinned in chat. And I'm going to bring over another one. Some of them were recorded previously. The next one on the list was actually Heart of Darkness by Ragnarok X, which we played because we got 100% on his profile a couple weeks ago. No, oh, not found. Did I enter this correctly? Ooh, there's one that might be deleted here. It's like the ice skating turtle level. I'll have to look this one up afterwards, maybe. Yeah, you can't see the codes on screen, unfortunately, but we'll go through what we can. Just a moment here while we punch in codes, and I'll catch up on chat in a second. And yeah, I mean, my God, you definitely just get a feel for the board. Oh, Bossman. Yeah, we should have played more Bossman, actually. He's a great music maker as well, but we haven't played this platforming level by him. And Bossman made a beautiful finale level for 1YMM. That was a music level, and this one that was an ode to Odyssey as well. We actually haven't played through too much of his profile here in Maker 1, but he's got a fantastic one from what we've seen. Lots of music levels. But we'll see Wrath of the Blue Skull Rider. And yeah, Chess, do get some sleep. Thank you so much again for dropping by, and it's great to see you again. So, thanks for bringing over such a substantial crew, so we can give this game a proper send-off. Anyway, let's get down here. But yeah, Mega, definitely after the end of Maker 1 and after we catch up on some things in Maker 2, I will try to run a Scrabble stream again. I used to do it much more often when I wasn't running on the schedule, simply because sometimes online opponents can be hard to come by at this hour. But if people are hanging out anyway, I maybe can do some, you know, casual beginner coaching or something. And just explain the game for those curious. But it's easier to explain the game when you've got an evenly matched opponent that puts up a fight in some ways, because you can see more strategic considerations. We're supposed to maintain position over there until the blue skull comes up. But yeah, as somebody who is a music maker, Bossman knows his track setups. That's absolutely the case. I've been saying this for so many people, but I wish we had made the time to go through his profile exhaustively as well, but that'll just have to wait for Pretendo. And up we go. We'll sustain position over here and then ride it down. Yeah, very readable once you get the hang of it, and just watch the tracks as well. It's a winding back and forth skull coaster level. Kind of reminds me of the one that Supernova made for 6YMM, I believe. Seeing Maker 1 levels come out with new tech is going to be fantastic. Oh, I hope so. Especially with a bit more flexibility to build things that Nintendo will not be around to delete. Now that I think about it, I wonder if that means that Kavik would be able to upload his GDQ level, which was always auto-deleted from the servers whenever he attempted to upload it. It was the one called Spooky Ghost Stunt Quick, I think. There's a video of it, but basically it was a level that never stayed on live servers. But it was very visually memorable, and I regret that we were never able to play it. But there were a couple of levels in that situation where they were actually subject to deletion. And some levels that, you know, there definitely was tech that was very newly discovered right when everybody abandoned Maker 1 for 2 in June 2019. So a lot that was going on with things like chain chomps and blasters and munchers and blasters and hyperspeed and all that. I remember there was definitely new tech coming up, and we'd seen some of those levels over the course of the retrospective as well. And yeah, that's precisely what Open Course World was developed for in Maker 2, so the troll community wouldn't have quite so many frustrations with content preservation and availability. Which reminds me that I actually still have to play the Bandwagon World. Because I just never managed to make time for that back when it was sort of re-uploaded on a regular basis. And part of it was that I did not have room in my Maker 2 core spot to download it when it was being pushed onto the live servers. Oops. Yeah, like I said, my content plan for the period after the Maker 1 shutdown is to do a big Super World catch-up in Maker 2, because we know a lot of people who have published Super Worlds within the last few months. And I do want to catch up with that. We might maybe take a brief pause from Maker to catch up on some other things too, like the Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake or some other content like that. I haven't quite decided yet. Oops. I mean, I don't know how much activity there will be from people making in much less accessible replacement servers for Maker 1 necessarily, but it's not like Maker 1 was very active until the shutdown was announced. Anyway, in recent years there was definitely about a 4-year lull where it wasn't getting much attention. And so among the people who are actually still invested in this game, you would imagine that the post-shutdown situation isn't going to be too much worse off as long as it works as promised. Whoop, missed it. That was the exit. So. Oh yeah, I've got my hands very full, and you'll also notice, well, I've noticed anyway, with some trepidation, that among people who pay attention to certifications and international ratings boards and other such meta information about game releases, there are a few signs that things are finally moving when it comes to the release of Silksong, which is one of the very few things that could happen, if it does happen within the next year, where, you know, we drop what we're doing and we play Silksong. That's, I think, the case for a lot of people, but it looks like it might actually happen. And you never know, but it's definitely more tangibly close than it was before from just circumstantial evidence that people have gathered. Okay. Anything up here? No. And K-Pops, welcome. And yes, actually, I know what you're talking about, because back in 2019 I was looking up a ton of codes from people I connected with in some other communities, and I just went through a lot of profiles exhaustively at a time. We've gotten to show a couple of those off in recent weeks as well. And yeah, you're always welcome to lurk, of course, and I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Thanks for saying hello. So yeah, let's get through as much of the Japanese list as we can today. We're through a pretty big chunk. And for tomorrow's stream, which will be my last stream with Maker 1 on live servers, we'll just kind of follow our curiosity. And I've got a lot of old favorites I want to dig out as well at some point, so we will hopefully not spend as long with single puzzles as we've been doing in recent streams, but I just want to get through a ton of variety at this point to cram it in. Yeah, back before I got a capture card, when I was kind of catching up on a lot of Maker 1 I missed in 2019. I just kind of had to give people verbal feedback, which was how people used to do it, you know, back in the height of the Reddit scene as well, I guess, for people who were doing code sharing when that was the place to be back in the mid-2010s. I wasn't really there with that community at the time, but, you know, with a lot of the makers we've been seeing, you could tell what a big deal it was in retrospect, and especially compared to how everything just kind of migrated to Twitch in Maker 2. Well, Twitch and Discord, I guess. Anyway, here's Fire Brigade. Let's take a look at what this is. This is from April of 2016, and it looks like we get this lovely red fire engine to play with. And my God, I don't think that there's any sign of Hollow Knight with the ESRB yet, but I think it was like the Korean ratings agency that is sometimes a bellwether of oncoming releases that started listing it. Okay, let's not lose the helmet, obviously, because that's not good firefighting practice. However, we can just pop this. And yeah, we're entering a burning building with our fire helmet. And as a responsible firefighter, oh, actually, yeah, okay, no, we're supposed to fight the fire because that's what firefighters do, right? That we have to prevent the fire from igniting the bomb because otherwise everything collapses. Man, your uncle works at Team Cherry and told you it's coming soon. And, you know, Mang, I just naturally assumed, given your level design, that you yourself just secretly worked for Team Cherry. Which is a good way to narrow down one's identity when... Oh, nope. That's going down. Yeah, it's 2 hits, though. I didn't think about the track falling off here. Considering how small a team it actually is. To finish my sentence earlier. Considering what a small team it actually is, I guess that would really narrow down who somebody is rather quickly. It's funny that you mentioned the step from Ori 1 to 2, because so much of the jump from Ori 1 to 2 seemed like the designers were saying, wow, this worked really well in Hollow Knight, let's borrow that. I mean that in a good way, like that they took a lot of the right lessons in terms of how to expand both the scope and the finesse of what they were doing. Anyway, let's fight fire with shells, I guess. But yeah, I absolutely adored Ori and the Will-O-the-Wisp. We did stream it here. I didn't stream the first game because I played it before I had a capture card, but... I definitely thought it was a considerable jump. Okay, we had to... Oh, we lost a helmet, and without a helmet, the firefighters can't do very much, apparently. And I guess it must have been one of the one of the Potobus released from that stack that would be holding a key. And yeah, you're allowed a number of failures, and we are over quota already, as you can see. Although, if you miss a few in quick succession, they actually just target the same bomb, and so you have some leeway. But yeah, I found it was quite funny just how much the second Ori game cribbed from Hollow Knight. It was not something they were particularly hiding. It really goes to show how impactful the game was. That everybody working in the Metroid-alike space just had to adapt around it in some ways. Okay, we got this, which means that we can get out of here before the building comes down. Further into burning building. Oh, there's more fire. Got it. Let's go through here. And yeah, we don't need to prevent anything from happening here. We just need to stop. And now we get to fight fire with fire. Not really. Oh, well, kind of. So that's why everything is on fire, because Bowser doesn't practice basic fire safety. So we will just burn him alive instead, even though he's not taking much fire damage from the building itself. Whoops. Or we can just bop him. I'm gonna see if I can bop him off here to side. Nah, maybe not. This makes for an interesting pairing with the fire deflection puzzle that we saw from Pink Birdo. Actually, fire deflector. Okay. We can probably just go around him. I mean, this is a level that does have key doors, but I don't know if he's holding a key. Okay. Let's grab an extra helmet because that's what responsible firefighting is all about. Whoops. Oh, and yeah, we just need to get around here in the first place. And interesting. Oh, maybe not then. Oh, yes. It activates this one. Which then gets me through here. Yeah, I guess the POW was for the initial spawn-in for some of the photoboos we were seeing. And anyway, we're going to drive away in this lovely fire truck. Yes, I absolutely mean to get to the new Prince of Persia. It is something I put off specifically because basically Maker 1 has bumped all new releases out of the way for me since the beginning of this year. But since there was a DLC plan or something that was announced for Prince of Persia anyway, you know, with Ubisoft, I think it often makes sense to wait for a complete edition and the discounting that tends to come with it. But it is absolutely in the cards for me to stream the new Prince of Persia at some point. I'm very interested, so. Anyway, this was fantastic. Just love how it's bookended with this little bit of flavor with driving in and out of the scene with a fire truck too. Just, I didn't even notice the helicopter because that's what it is. It was the wiggler that was driving you away in the helicopter. I didn't realize it until I looked at the pixel art zoomed out now that that was what was going on with the aerial evacuation from the burning building where Bowser was located. Because yeah, no, I understand now because you signal the helicopter with a flare, right? Where you go down below and you signal with the flare, and then the helicopter drops the vine as the rope to pick you up. So, just thematically very exquisite and very, very committed to its own central idea here, I think. So much going on in this. And with its own, you know, little gameplay twist as well. Who is this maker anyway? Is this somebody we would have played before? Oh, that's right. This is the same maker as the Nabbit level that was shown a few days ago. Though, yeah, again, wish we could have just seen him completely or something. Yeah, because the Nabbit bank robbery that we did a few years ago, this was also something that was unique in gameplay and also extremely thematic, and that seems to be a bit of a recurring thing here, so. Anyway, just a wonderful selection. I'm trying to remember if I have seen... well, let's keep going. The website had a level that was an Odyssey level by Cheese Sauce that had a code crossed out, so I wonder if it was a deletion. But we're going to go on to another one. I think I know how to find Cheese Sauce's profile if we want to follow up on that. We're currently on number 20. Just going further in the list. And oh, that's also not found. Let's see if I got this punched in correctly. Yeah, there are a lot of older removals for whatever reason, and I hope there aren't any transcription mistakes as well in some of the codes. But we'll just try to bring up the next valid level that I can find. This has been a great recommendation, Liz. I think that's very clear. Let me just punch in something else. But yeah, it's really been an eye-opening experience going over all these levels in the past few months. And just really getting a sense of how very vibrant Maker 1 scene was in its prime. That is just overflowing with amazing content. I mean, Maker 2, you know, if we look at it in retrospect, is as well, but I think it doesn't have that wildness of experimentation in quite the same way. Because people were just much more set in their ways by then, and were incentivized to be as well. I'm just kind of catching up on a chat briefly to make sure I didn't miss anything too critical much earlier. But yeah, let's play this one. Great Bowser Bank Heist. Okay, so bank over here. Wonder how close it will be to the Nabbit Bank Heist. But this bank has an entrance that is much higher up. At least for people trying to sneak in over the top window. Anyway, we'll make it through here. I bet we set off all kinds of alarms. So we've seen enough bank heist levels at this point in all kinds of styles that will... As far as theming goes, this is kind of a subgenre in its own right. Because... yeah, bank robberies with alarm triggers and things seem to be all over the place. I mean, these are just the ceiling lights, these coins here, and we drop into the ceiling because... for some reason it reminds me of this French heist film from the 1960s starring Alain Delon. I think the English title is usually localized as Any Number Can Win, but I actually don't remember the French title off the top of my head. But anyway, there's this scene in the actual heist where they're crawling through the ceiling in the vent, which you would think is a fairly common thing, but there's something memorable about how that film executed it in particular. I don't know why that's the one that comes to mind, but anyway, we're going to get over here to the left. And the checkpoint, because banks have checkpoints. That's how you save your money. And yeah, we can go down there, but let me check this side first just to see what's going on. Nothing. We climb down the elevator shaft and into the basement vault. But we need a key, so we will get one. Yeah, I can see that a lot of things are going to be smashed up, perhaps. Actually, I'm looking at this and wondering if we'll just go to a similar room that has the ice unblocked. Because currently spawning in here, I don't know how a state change within the same room would be managed. I think this is just going to be matched by an identical looking room that has the ice removed, but we'll find out. Anyway, here's the vaults. Lovely windows. And yeah, the idea is that we have to think of these as, you know, safety deposit boxes, perhaps. Okay. Grab this, and then, yeah. And then it chomps. Take over. We knew there was going to be some kind of alarm system. It just matter what it was and how responsive it was, and whoops. I mean, we could always just, you know, take a damage boost. Because that's what bank robbers do. Into the vault. And we take 3 out of 4 flowers because we missed one, but that's okay, that just means we'll get through the Bowser Guardian over here. It is Bowser's Bank after all, and it's going to be the same fight basically as SMM3. We can go back for the remaining flower if we really wanted, but yes, we want to. Oh no, we can't. One-way panel. Okay, never mind. Alright, then we'll just have to play SMM3 with bullets. And cross that bridge when we get to it. Or we can just bop them this way. If we're accurate enough. We lose the flower though, no point in trying to continue this method. Whoops. So we'll just see how he does first. Oh, yeah, nope. Guess we're back to this. So yeah, we'll just let him punch his way through and then the stun lock there was not conveniently timed. You know, if we just stand on top of the door, well, we'd have issues with bullets coming our way, I think. But this is sort of an initially safe-looking location to start firing away, but it doesn't last very long. Anyway, let's mind a stun lock. Standing a bit close. Oh. Really have to watch this stun. Nope. Let's come on down. And we'll just give him a location to work with here, perhaps. If we don't miss every jump. How the level so far today? They've been great. I've been going through a lot of recommendations from a list on a Japanese forum that I found. Some of them have been familiar. Some of the codes are unfortunately gone. But the ones we have played have all been extremely flavorful when it comes to a lot of theming in particular, so I've seen some pretty spectacular creations today. Okay, let's just wait and wait and wait. It would kindly As we're through here, and then that's the key. Let's get out. Now we get the real bank vault. Don't even need to take everything necessarily. Let's just get up. We have what we came for. Oh, additional key door. Where would that come from? Additional key door. Wonder where the key would be available. Oh, unless this is just something that's for aesthetic flavor, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure because, you know, it does look suspicious. Really didn't see a separate key entry though from the main world here. Oh, I'm looking forward to the next one because it is by a maker whose levels I know quite well in Maker 2 and who I also wish I had time to see completely in this game. I had made plans actually to feature all of her creations. And unfortunately, so many plans for so many makers fell through. This code should take us to Drop and Slide Puzzle by Noir, also known as Aphrodite. Noir was one of the Japanese makers who connected with the YMM side of the community fairly early, and was involved in both the Maker 1 and Maker 2 editions of it. I do remember her to be a very aesthetically minded maker, which is why I wanted to see more of her creations in 1, actually. Because knowing how she designs in 2, her work tends to be extremely aesthetic in interesting ways. But in 2 as well, she had a blaster drop puzzle that kind of took off, and it must have been an adaptation of some of the ideas that she had already come up with in Maker 1, so this is one that we had definitely been meaning to see for quite some time, and we'll look at it now. So yeah, because I've definitely played her Maker 2 spins on this concept, if it's what I'm thinking of. So yeah, it's a blaster drop ordering puzzle. Or will be, at a certain point. So the idea is that you have to drop them in a certain order that would allow platforms to obstruct each other to give yourself a door entry. So this would be 3, 2, 1. I think it was Nora's contribution to one of the Years of Mario Maker projects that also used the same puzzle format for a particular room, unless I'm thinking of a different maker who also borrowed this. So here, we need to count here. And luckily, the grid helps you count on the side. It's very helpful. We need 6 at this point. So basically, we have a stack that's going to be like 4 and 2 over here. So it's going to be 5 over here, 3 over here, 4 and 2 stacked together. Now, of course, stacking it together is something that can happen because the conveyor will take this one over, and then you add this one on top. Yeah, very straightforward if you've seen these before, but you can totally understand how this was something very conceptually audacious to make her 1 back when people were still kind of learning the ropes about it. So with this one we know that we need to do a little bit of unstacking here. As blasters scroll towards this hard block, they will unstack. And so it means that the first one we need will be the one with the 3 stack, because that's going to brace this location here. So we drop the one that's going to be 3 and 3. Or no, maybe not. Maybe we have to drop the one that's 3 over here first. The reason I say that is because we need eventually... No, this one's going to drop last. We have to have 3 in this location, and we drop 3 on top of it. Which will probably be using this to unstack. So this one's got to go first. And distance-wise, the filler is going to be this one here. Then we want a 3 and 3 stack after that, which means we have to do this one, followed by this. Oh no, I didn't mean to drop on that accidentally. Let's see if I can reset this one. There's a reset door. Yeah, didn't mean to actually drop on that platform. First one's gotta be 4 over here. Then we'd have to set that up somehow. Possibly we can't. Possibly we actually need something to come up under here. Unless we... That's something that would require a stack on top of a moving target. So for example, if you have these ones over here, what's going to happen is that it's going to fill up 4 columns this way. And you just need 2 columns of filler followed by 2 columns of... how many tiles do we need to cover? 8. So, given that this accounts for 2, this accounts for 2, then we need the 4 stack down below. So yeah, we unstack this one last. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Let's think about this for a moment. In general, we need to separate some of this. And it may be that you drop one of the top platforms first. So yeah, actually no, you drop top left on top of bottom left first. So our accidental drop earlier was actually correct. And then if you send all of that over here, then that would still unstack though, I think. That's not too good because we do need to spread things out as much as possible. I'm trying to think about how to obstruct a particular tower over in this location, because we don't have anything that can really make that height. I don't think. We need something 4 high in that location. Alternatively, yeah, because we know that it's going to be 8s over here, we know that at best you can do a stack that's like 3, 3, and 2 to move everything across, because then, you know, you unstack 3, 4, 5, 6 by dropping these 2 first, this one here and this one here. From that point, we should be able to rebuild up to this. Yeah, let's not overcomplicate it. I think it's going to be just like this, basically. It's going to unstack. This is going to unstack. And then we need to create all of these together, which we can do as long as we drop this one first. That's the whole trick. And we know that this one will go down last. Anyway, next. Well, we're gonna have a heart. Oh, excellence, I suppose. Excellent, Mario. Oh right, the heart becomes the M. Drops in position here, that's a nice touch. Grammatically appropriate too. It's clear. And a little drop puzzle just assembles around him. Let's bring in some more. Blind Bone Ocean. This is from early 2017 as well. And it's by Mangalore, who seems familiar. I don't know if we've played anything else by him. Seems like it's a name that's come up before. But no, we haven't played this profile, I don't think. Not that stars and flags have been adequately observed. How about let's take a look at Blind Bone Ocean. And that's a lot of fish bones. All over the place. Yeah, tons of pipe stacking going on there, plus the collision. That just kills them off immediately instead of allowing them to block from spawning in the first place. So I see now, because they're all dead, we have no collision with them, but they are going to obstruct my ability to see the cheap-cheeps that are swimming around down here. So we have a limited amount of time to swim past here without running into the cheap-cheep. Getting here, while the fish bones completely cover our field of view. Yeah, very interesting concept, and that's the death animation here is just used entirely as a visual effect that then becomes the central concept. Very unique. And there are 5 optional coins as well, so we have to keep an eye out for where those coins are coming from. Because they could be very well disguised, just given the nature of the level. Whoops. Yeah, swim too low. That's the difficulty here, is that we're trying to adjust blindly. They're trying to lag my Wii U of this level. Yeah, we already had a Wii U lag level earlier today. The Flame Wheel level, the Bowser Flame Wheel level that we saw earlier. We already lagged like crazy in that one. So we're no strangers to that. We're prepared at this point. Ah, and so the coin collection is entirely in this segment. We have to watch out for the spinies. You just gotta memorize the locations in advance. It's not too bad. Getting back to the key door, though, might take a little bit of work here. Oh, yeah, you see. Because it's the swimming interaction as well, you have to have a pretty good estimate of how far you're traveling when you bump. It's a very cool concept. We haven't seen anything like this exactly. like a pure visual occlusion level. That way. Let's get over here. Whoops. The closest thing that we've seen to this actually was the level with the springs everywhere, while you are yourself also a spring with the mystery mushroom that we saw yesterday. That it's, you know, a lot of estimating your own position based on the visual clues available, and it's very hard to see for real. Okay, let's get up over here. And then slip down and just proceed very carefully, not carefully enough apparently. So many years later and you're still consistently impressed by people's creativity in this game. Yeah. This wild experimentation that was going on. I mean, there will be a day when we look back at Maker 2 and really kind of appreciate what we had there as well. But I think the kind of creativity and the kind of experimentation was expressed very differently. And yeah, it came in much too low. This one is fantastic though. Just totally unique. Just in terms of changing the way that you're playing the game. Without doing anything to your conventional Mario knowledge or your facility with the controls. It's just purely forcing you to think and visualize, and so you wouldn't have done so before, but very easy to lose track. Yeah, I'm really glad we took the time to catch up on so many of these. Oops. Even if we can't see a thing. Okay, down and up. Just gonna watch your head over here, and then we do a coin collection right after that. And yeah, we just hug the ceiling up top. That's actually the easiest way to get out of this room. We got a checkpoint. Okay, boss time. Oh, and you get a boss fight where you can't see. You know, that Mario Maker level that we saw earlier, that was the Mario Kart level that had all the different power-ups, like the triple mushroom and the bonsai bill and everything. This concept here is basically how you would implement the squid ink in such a level if you were able to do so. Would have been a very good fit for that Mario Kart level if it was set up accordingly, but you know. Here you'll have a little fishbone celebration at the end too. Not chasing that 116 world record though, not in this one. We're going to keep going. and hopefully not have too many missing codes along the way. Anyway, this is Samurai Kirby. Look at the pixel art here with what looks like Kirby and Meta Knight. Push B, it says at the very front. We'll see exactly how that plays out here. Why you would need to jump so badly. Push B. Oh, and you jump to different levels, I guess. I don't know what that's showing me. It's showing me no, not down here. And you jump out. Why would you jump out? Let's explore a little bit. It's telling me that if you're reaching through the door, you're doing it wrong. Then why? That'd be the case. Given that everything leads up to here anyway. That resets you through. And then did the blasters give me something interesting? No, seems not. Not anymore. Well, I don't see the exit out of this loop yet. Push B, it says. Is it because you need to be... Listen down below. Oh, I see. Okay, no. There's... something going on here with how the doors are matched from room to room. Let's... What is? Yes, that's what it is. That when you see a sound effect, it shows you where to jump to hit a block. Because it's kind of like waiting very patiently for a samurai parry timing or something, and then when the paw hits, you jump. And that's how you get up. I don't even know how I got up here the last time, but probably just... Oh yes, by flight. Yeah, so you try to get through each of these rooms to next one. Meta Knight's turn. Basically, as soon as you see a paw come down, you just jump and try not to miss. You need to have a good sense of timing, a very serene patience. I think the way to do it too is also to watch the timer in a full countdown mode. We're going to do extra. Obviously, we always do when it's available. If we can. Missed it. Let's try it again. We need to watch the timing carefully here. Got an door at 300. It's about 7.5 seconds. We'll see if we can do it and anticipate. Oh, too soon. Fine. There might be some trickery with the doors going on here too, but we'll see. Yeah, so it's entirely a kind of timing estimate. Of course. What did I miss every time? Got it. And then is that it for the expert room? It is, actually. Yeah, it was going to come down here. And thank you for the GG. Yeah, entirely just a bit of a timing estimation check where you wait serenely for the precise timing that you need. And we'll keep going. I think I recognize the next one, but we'll bring it in case it's not something I've streamed. Just have to type accurately on the screen first. Yeah, exactly. It's very true to the samurai theme. Self-destruction initiated. This is definitely up there among the most popular levels of all time, but it's getting up to 300k or so. From July 2016, I wonder if I have seen it. I've definitely seen this maker around. I wonder if he played anything else by him here. Because he does seem vaguely familiar. Somebody with a whole traditional world. Yeah, I don't know if we recognize it specifically here, but we will try this one. I kind of recognize the profile, actually. I mean, I don't have any stars or clears on it simply because, you know, past a certain point in my profile, some of that has dropped off. But I do recognize this. So, let's see. Self-destruction initiated. Obviously, the bombs are going to blow up everywhere. And that cat, you're saying this dude, yeah, somebody you know. Yeah, I recognize him as well. I feel like I did play some of these levels back in the day. We are on a timer here, 80 seconds. You don't have to be somewhat crisp about this. And let's see if we're going to respect the timer when doing the second segment. Very nice with a star there. Some damage boosts. Well, unfortunately, no Yoshi. I guess we'll have to make do. And thank you for the GG, Netcat. Just punch in another one. I'll probably be able to stay for a handful more. Again, with the shutdown happening so soon, the more I can play through, the better. So this is 3 Little Pigs. Notice extremely high clear rate, 93%, which tells me that it's kind of automatic. In fact, looking at this, it looks like it's probably one where you see a story play out while Mario is just kind of totally safe on the bottom track, possibly even off screen, depending on how this looks. So anyway, 3 Little Pigs, let's watch the scene. It's going to be a little cinematic level, probably just a cute little animation within Mario Maker. Anyway, this says, well, this is in Japanese, but I think it's Japanese for 3 Little Pigs, if the title of the level outside is any indication. Anyway, you got 3 Goombas. One's in a house of green grass in the semi-solids. One's in a house of, well, the tree branch semi-solids, and one, of course, is in a house of bricks. And it's the big bad Spiny that is going to blow the house in. And so now this one's homeless. And since homeless is going to walk over to hide in the stick house. And then the Spiny is going to huff and puff and then blow this one in. So everybody goes to hide in the brick house. The Spiny is going to blow and blow, and notice how it deflects off the house because the house is a fine work of architecture that is well protected. And the Spiny is going to try to do something over here in the rooftop and perhaps try to sneak in this way, and it's just going to be boiled alive. And look at the Goomba just kind of, you know, walking away from it, thinking, okay, we don't need to look at this, we'll just boil it for dinner. And it dies. A little natural trick over there. Now, I can't read the Japanese here, but I presume they're just very well fed. Very cute. Now, next up, if this code works, we actually have somebody else familiar. So this fellow's actually been around here on the stream a bit, if it's who I remember. I seem to recall that he sends me tons of those 20-second speedrun levels in Maker 2, in fact, if it's the person I'm thinking of. And I was completely unaware that he also had a Maker 1 profile that had something this apparently prominent. So here's Sunset Lake Coin Crusade. This is from January 2017. Yeah, like I was saying, the list that we've been playing off of, it was kind of compiled over the course of early 2017, I think. And so you will see levels up to that point. Some very popular in the early days of the game and some that were probably just more recently memorable at that stage. We'll see what this is. With this reflection effect that's going on here with the semi-solids in lieu of an actual water or mixed jungle theme. So yeah, I see. So this is probably a reflection reading level, I think. We've seen this concept in Maker 2. I think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be one where you need to reflect and read both sides. We'll check it anyway, since the down arrow is encouraging me to swim. Grab coins. Have a little bit of exploration. Now I don't know if this gets me anywhere useful. We'll try it. I feel like there's probably going to be quite a lot more coins in this zone, but we'll progress as we can. I don't even know what kind of gigantic coral structure this is. Somebody's house, in all likelihood. But yeah, this is actually kind of gigantic. However, we should maybe focus on clearing the level. We should go back outside. Alright, so this was... oh, a few more pipes in. Oh. Yeah, so this is where we started, we know, because of the activated block. Whoops, didn't see that coming. Well, in case, let's go through here. And yeah, we could go for the coins that are watered, of course. We found 3. Did want to check a few things. Oops. And we would need Yoshi or somebody to send us across. Okay, let's see how we do this time. Okay, that's sending you downstairs. Oops. So this segment we've seen before is just a little bit of additional coin collection. Nothing too serious. Anyway, we'll try to find something here today. Except I probably do need to raise this with staff, perhaps. Because something's not happening here that should be happening. Or maybe it's not a real point. Of whatever it is being argued here. Okay. Taking a growth potential, we'll just clear off everything we can. Well, it's been a while. And And then I think we just fly out of this. Whoa, nope. Bad idea. Can we get another? Find out. I think it's actually easy to start over at this point. Okay, let's drop this. Alright, clear. Whoops. Find anything valuable? Well, actually, yes. 2 objects. Anyway, let's head down over here, and then it allows you to capture this additional coin. I'm missing one in this section, I'm pretty sure. Quite seem to locate where it was. I think it was in the early entry time. There you go. Anyway, we'll just take away back across. And more reflections into pool. And yeah, we've been here previously. That was... We came out... Oops. Awful fall. Yeah, we just needed to keep going right from that particular trajectory. And yeah, we just need the objects that are already in place. But anyway, let's sit over here and... Oops. Getting a little bit incautious. Well, we can check every other episode basically, and okay, let's head up. Well, we can do a little better than this. Oh, no. Lost it. Well, how to proceed safely from this location is really trivial. I didn't really check the right side here. Okay, so we find ourselves basically just to get over the French line for whichever effects are still over there. Anyway, let's oops. Terrible jump. We're trying to do too much of the easy stuff. And yeah, let's grab this, of course, as usual. Okay, let's go back to exploring. We know that we typically have here with 2 coins, I think. And yeah, you go down low, don't. Well, let's round to the exit segment first. Oops. Visualization here is starting to take a bit of a toll. Trying to remember who was able to reach this. Well, if only I can actually jotted down the information somewhere. Yeah, so we're back out through let's get over here. No, not enough distance. Once again, need a lot more than that. That's okay. It's just a little bonus area here. And we'll have to grab that just to back into how everything's going. And yeah, we got spines over here. Oops. That's okay. I think starting to lag a little bit here. Let's grab this one. Let's see. Anyway, let's get over these. I'm understandably a little concerned. Oops. Running into everything at this stage. Yeah, maybe we're starting to lose a bit of steam here, but I know we can uncover even more. This one here. Okay, let's grab a shroom if we can. Even better. Oh, no, I'm just going to reveal this one. Oh, travel netting. It's just like us down here, we've used it before. Oops. Yeah, it took some time to make a few improvements, I suppose. Well, we'll see. And we'll just have to perhaps have some. Let's accordingly. Let's here. And strictly speaking, you can get the a second time. Hang on here. Wasn't exactly sure what was going on with the species that we think we'll eventually inherit the planet. And so much for that. This is technically speaking one of the easiest levels that we've seen today. It's just that we haven't really put it ourselves admirably here. Oops. Let's forget about the coin collection for a moment. Just scout out the layout accordingly. Yeah, we'll just float here. Oops. Yeah, no longer really being as exhaustive about coins, but that's because we might want to see something else first, so. And we'll do something up here, just a red sheep. Yeah, not very likely to have a good draw. Won't really go anywhere. Let's one moment. Okay, he's starting to lose steam a little bit, I think. That's going to be core to the whole identity of this anyway. Let's and then, yeah, no, I keep forgetting that we need to leave to overlap here, for sure. Okay, let's not run into everything. Let's get this through properly. And sure, as we're here anyway, we'll just grab a few coins, and we were just missing one more, perhaps, and we'll see. Yeah, I think I found that one first. There was another project, the Twisted Metal transition as well. But anyway, now that we've got the dirt, we do need to present it. Oh right, that's the door where you came in, that's right. So, fortunately, do it a little bit further. That's okay, I mean, we just need to prioritize getting out of here first, which is... Oh, this is gonna be a problem. But let's just try it. Oh. Once again, misreading that all over the place. Okay, so just try to go for the clear, perhaps. We'll just make sure we have enough room to fly out of this one. let's just... Okay, here we go. Anyway, let's grab that. Then... And this is what will eventually get removed. But no, until we know what we're dealing with. Kind of felt like we had a lot of the right tools, but... Oh. So you go down. Anything we haven't seen already here? A lot of it can kind of start to blur together a bit. Anyway, we'll have to find a good replacement here. Oh, whoops. You think I'll have a lot more room than I do. And that includes this one. Let's just get that flower. Then... I mean, we've gotten what we want up to this point. And I can never quite tell which pitch is which here now, but... Well, let's get over here and then find out when... all of this labor here. Let's see if we can. We do. It's quite the labyrinth here. Then, got the flower. Yeah, a little one that's accessible down here as well, if you really prefer it. This letter right here, by the way, looking at this pixel art, totally looks like a bird on a little tort, on top of a little perch here. That's what I'm kind of reading it as anyway. I don't know if I'm just kind of at this stage where I'm seeing things because we have been playing so much Maker today. But there's a particular exit among everything that we played. We'll just kind of go backwards. And I'm admittedly kind of lost at this point. We haven't actually seen where any of this is going, unless on the off chance that some level of switching trickery is not going to work in quite the same way. Oh, they will need to deal with them. And yeah, we're still missing some. I just have no idea where they could be. Basically, that this is, you know, very easygoing water level. It's just taking me way longer. Everything else. It's so easy to just complacently make mistakes when things are technically simple. Well, let's head around and see if anything fun presents itself. Oops, not like that. Yeah, none of these are going to be flexible or forthcoming, but anyway, this is somebody else gearing up for just sort of asserting that the scene on mobile is going to be more and more useful, I hope. Yeah, I don't know who this is. But anyway, there's supposed to be figures of some sort. And it doesn't matter if this one or the other. It's just going to happen now. Problem is, we've only found one checkpoint. We can't really do much about them past that point. But yeah, everything here is just very difficult to see. And I don't know how much. Well, we will figure it out. But yeah, we're in the big blue ocean over here, and it's surprisingly tricky to try to just find out what this level's encouraging me to do. Well, when the various places where they're stepping on everything just fine. Things are naturally going to affect what you choose to play. So yeah, it's going to be Poly Switch 1 over here. Rather, yeah, getting a little bit scrambled. Let's just see it. Been here long enough. And then once we're up to this point, possibly we'll get to see all of them through their nice commitment. Let's go down this way. Yeah, previously we know that number 3 is up higher. Well, of course it's a trap. What else are we even for? Well, no, except it's a spike tile replacement, so I don't see why I'm trying to hug it. That's a bad idea all around. Okay, how have we been stuck on this for so long? It's just been a massive maze to remember, I suppose, where we just try to tough it out a little bit. And yeah, because, oh yeah, I don't see why we're instinctively still trying to pick some of that up every now and then. We shouldn't touch it. Yeah, none of this seems to give me very illuminating revelation so far. Coin Crusade. I wonder if we just completely misread something about how this is supposed to work. It looks like it's just supposed to be additional level. Oh, we haven't flown upstairs very safely in a while. Maybe so. This isn't getting me any of the content I was looking forward to doing. And okay, we're back here, like again and again. Everything's starting to look a little bit identical in the water zone, and that's why we just haven't been able to progress through it. Where is everything? I mean, you've got the fourth coin over here. We have to collect as much as we can. Then we'll try to knock these ones out. Mushrooms have been expended, of course. Everything's been expended. It's a whoop, really bad time to get chumped. I had a piranha plant. Yeah, I wonder how it is, I guess, so easily lost in some layouts like this one. And then, yeah, we keep getting sent back down here, and then haven't had to make that much of an effort. There's still enough going on that I certainly can't find where the next destination is meant to be here. Oh, they're hearing something. Well, we've been stuck here for so long, and I don't even know what the block is. I mean, we haven't really been able to make the flight. So there's going to be an accidental go here. Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to get all coins and then go through the key door, but it's very tricky to try to figure out who's who. And, oh. Yeah, it's very easy to get lost. I mean, you have to have a very good visual memory for where you are at a given time, I think. I don't know how it is that we've just consistently missed. And yeah, everything's just mashed with down below, then there's no particular reason to cycle back through. It's not yet. Where is it? Yeah, because I think we do need all coins, and we have a few that are completely unaccounted for. I think it was moved recently. Tell it it's going to hold its own there. Nope, let's get over here. Nope, not great there either. Yeah, it's surprisingly tricky to just keep track of where we've been and find all the different coins, but it's apparent to me that we do need all of them. How have we been on this one for so long? Wow. Anyway, we'll try it. I don't want to be stuck here for too long though, because of how crammed we are when it comes to additional Maker 1 that we want to see. But yeah, we've just been so lost in all this. Anyway, we can try again. Yeah, a bit more of a systematic way to comb through this because we've just been getting so lost. And Axe Punisher, welcome. And yeah, welcome Optic as well. And no, Mario Fest wasn't the raid that we got today. We got a raid from Chess WC. I've been going through a big recommendation list of levels. We got a little bit roadblocked on this one. We got a bit jammed. And I don't know if I'll necessarily even finish this one. This one is a coin collection, like a coin hunting level, and it's just very easy to get lost, and so surprisingly easy. So I've been failing miserably at it for quite some time. Even though, you know, from an execution perspective, this is actually a much easier level than much of what we've been playing otherwise. You got a super hard Bowser's Kingdom timer challenge. It took an hour or two. Wow, okay. Well, but you got through it. That's the important part. To make it through the other side. Yeah, I was going through levels at a very steady clip for a little while, and then we hit this one, and we just totally hit a wall. I'm trying to find where the coin is. Because basically there's a water area and an overground area, and you do need to be thorough enough to find everything. Yeah, so Odyssey, Max Moon's Jumpless. Not a category I followed before, actually. But yeah, there's some kind of aesthetic matching that goes on here, but I have no real idea of what we're headed towards. Just trying to keep track. I may in fact have to bail on this one, I think. Just go back up and down. Honestly, don't see what it is that we're missing everywhere. Whoops. Maybe we just need a lower flight. Yeah, because we do need the upper flight for where the castle in. Oops. We can get this. Then when you come down to this part, the problem is that they look so similar. I know you can occasionally track when you've gotten to the other side or something. We're going somewhere, we can get through it. But yeah, bumping into a bit of everything. Trying to keep it relatively interesting, but it's been a challenge. Okay, let's see if we can take advantage of the drop strength perhaps. This is the top corner. This is going to give you nothing. One over here. Maybe one more, and then we need to swim back to where the key door was located. And yeah, eventually we'll have to make it to this location, but... Oh, there is one that's missing there. Okay, okay, as long as we don't die here, we'll finally make it. I can't believe how long this took. Let's not die in this location. That'd be awful. How on earth did we get stuck on this of all levels? Wow. Yeah, past a certain point, I think my navigational memory just kind of fails me. So... I don't think I want to know how long that extended things over here, but let's keep going. We'll do a couple more while we have a decent viewership. Maybe just 2 or 3 more. Doesn't quite help that it was getting quite navigationally fatigued, I think, throughout that level, and so just bumped into far more things than we usually would. You know, like bumping into random jellyfish here that I was complimented as being much better artwork than the spikes. Anyway, here's the impossible, imagine. How impossible? We'll find out. And it's this fellow again. Who we have seen. I think I recognize the me for some reason. Don't recall. Anyway, Impossible Mansion though seems to be one that's known, so maybe this is new. I mean, somebody who does mostly Mega Man remakes. Let's see it. Okay. We'll of course jump up to the top position. And climb all the way up. And then, okay, I see you fall back down, so let's check this part. There's a mole popping up nowhere, and then pipe stacks send you all the way back down. Okay. But it looks like it loops you back here. Definitely, and we need to find out how it might not. As you spawn into that side with a door. It probably is some kind of pipe stacking reversal, I think. That is supposed to trick you out. Actually, no. This is telling me that we need to go close enough to spawn the mole that's underneath. And it's hiding a door, I see. So it does give you adequate clues. So here we drop in. And then it looks like we would need to Jump on top of this one and bust through. Now what would we be resetting through? It's not a reset, that's just a room. Ominous looking door over here. Oh yes, okay, and then we're back here. Optic, you're saying you just got both moons in a giant moon 2D sub-area. Well done. Yeah, the way that you're playing it, I don't even know what some of it looks like, technique-wise. I had a sense that we do need to test this at some point. Right, and that takes you back. And then, okay, no, let's do it again. Being able to make the jumps is a serious prerequisite. Part of the job description. We've been here a few times, you know that it just matches this location here. And then up we go. Oh, and it sends you back here. It's a loop. Given that it's a loop, there's something else I'm missing. Unsure. And welcome and thank you for the follow. Maybe we just go back here and then maybe no pipe stacking magic to save us this time. Yeah, we'll have to inspect this carefully to see. Whether this is going to be matched to more useful, because if it just sends you back here... Again, if it's anything like the mole room, maybe there's some kind of visual clue. Ah, donut blocks. Yes, okay, so there's going to be a donut block on top of a fire bar that we use to enter a door that seems like it's otherwise in the middle of nowhere. It's a very delicate distinction. Yeah, and then this way we just get into the pipe using the donut block. That's exactly it. And yeah, just give me a moment to show the solution. Enter through here. The whole thing is that donut overlap. Alright, we'll get the star, and then what does that give me? Oh, whoops. Thought we were doing so well. Anyway, let's pass this on to the next big thing, and then and oh yes, that's right, we needed the P-switch activation earlier. Yeah, Robert O'Malley, you like this level? It is going to take a little bit of work to put together, I think, but okay, so yeah, no, it's just a P-switch, just make you race up to the door. Something we should have noticed much earlier. Wow, I'm missing jumps. Okay, we have to not miss the jumps, obviously, if we want to do this. Okay, we do need to stick landings. We'll probably mostly stay on the side, who knows, but it's just enough going on. And we'll see what the situation is like afterwards. So yeah, we've been through this part already, but I'm trying to imagine part of the cycle that would complains about it. This bit here actually looks like it's a relevant clue. We need to figure out how to use it. Yeah, this can't be a mistake. It may as well be, because we just don't have enough time to look at anything here. What if the power drop and pipe can drop multiple power? Yes, actually it can, if you reverse back through it. It's a specifically Maker 1 interaction that allows you to go back here and then use... Well, you can't go through this gate, but you can spawn something secondary from the same pipe once you've picked up the object that it usually spawns. It's something like a POW or a P. This hasn't worked for very long. It's a surprisingly recent discovery. Yeah, because there's a particular image that I was showing you of the pattern that you want to look for, which is a triangle in the bottom left corner. Very well surrounded. Oops. You don't want to backsit so you'll be quiet? Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Because I do see the semi-solid pattern, we just don't see what it matches yet. I'm looking carefully at the wall to see where I can find it, because whoops, that was a mistake. But we're looking for this here, basically. This arrangement here. It's in a different room. Although I think in order to work it has to be in SMB3. Oh, this is actually inverted from the way I usually know it. This kind of looks like a reversal of having up above. You realize your solution is actually impossible. That's why they call it the impossible mansion. Yeah, because look at this. You do see some symbols on the way down on this side. And yeah, I kind of know that I'm supposed to be looking for the semi-solids, but I'm not sure what form that will take. And you think your solution was totally wrong? Well, it's a learning experience. I do see a location that matches, but I'm not sure how to use that information. It is in the bottom row. Bottom right. And I'm not exactly sure what else we want this model image to operate here. I'm not exactly sure how to match this with the solution that we see. Well, it might be a match situation, who knows? Okay. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay, and then you come up here, and then a bit of solidity to all this. But why don't we just come down here? Oh, because it just resets you back. Yeah, that is the reset, so. Curious. I wonder what a star is useful for, because a star is something that we haven't... Well, I mean, we land on it, but we don't actually... Oh yeah, I mean, we use to punch through the multiple stacks, like the vertical portion, but... we'll have to see about that. I feel like this is supposed to be some kind of entry... Oh, okay, no. You're supposed to use these to enter a certain arrangement, I think. Yeah, maybe you're supposed to check all of these. Let's just check things for a moment. It does look deliberate to look at the wall markings. Given that here the floor markings absolutely are deliberate. Just giving you some red shrooms to look at. Well, we see this kind of backwards here. Oops. Because I'm looking at all the ground tiles marking on the side, and it really looks like it's something to do with that concept, but we haven't really been able to see that in action. Yeah, none of these match. It's just a bottom one for... well, all the remaining needs here. Let's, okay, I just don't see the solution, really. Unless there's some kind of hidden pipe stack or something. Yeah, I think we try to carry this all the way around, perhaps. I'm trying to see how we can possibly invoke this. I'm falling into this repeatedly. I truly haven't been able to see what's going on with it. Had we actually stepped successfully on the pink Berto level? Or was it still dangling? Because maybe that's something that I can provide a little bit of assistance with. But... I've had so many navigational challenges in the last... 2 levels. Seems like you're just supposed to, kind of set up like this. Makes me wonder if it's possible to enter this pipe. So I'm looking over the walls here, and I just don't know. A lot of this level has been suspicious overlaps. Like, the door behind the mole and whatever the other solution was. It escapes me now. But yeah, it was kind of a visibility challenge, and while we can see lots and lots of those patterns on the side, it's very difficult to imagine them as something actually somewhat literal. I wonder if that's something that's worth trying. Yeah, because... whoops. Nope. Yeah, I just don't see it at all, actually. Like, we've been running around in circles in this one, you've got these columns running together down the middle. I'm not trying the simplest solution with a P-switch. Oh, you mean just going through the door with a P-switch? Did I not do that? I thought I did do that previously. take a look. Oh. Right, because we missed the timing earlier, right? Oh, that's what happens when you miss the timing. Yeah, we'll see it. Actually, I wasn't really looking at the expiry in terms of what that would get me. And whoops. Nope, too late. Let's try it again. Yeah, it brings you back. But there is a hidden door, right? So we should think about that. Let's see here. Oh, you mean the one behind the cannon? Okay, yeah, you're right. Possibly I just blanked on it. I didn't see it there. Yeah, just a little bit of visual trickery here. But then... Ah, okay, it's on timer. I was wondering if there was a particular trigger for it. Now this is going to spring with a POW. Well, we have a spring, so we can just use it to enter the top pipe now. Did we manage to get out? Not quite, but that's because there's going to be... Oh, yeah, the goal is right here, actually. I think we're having a bit of that late in the stream tunnel vision at this point, which tells me it's almost time to wind down, perhaps. Well, we might do one more. That took too long. The last two together have taken so much time. Yeah, the level was all just about concealment, and we really needed to keep that in mind as we were going through. And yeah, I blanked on the red cannon for the longest time, so... Probably just one more today and then we'll call it. Get the ball in goal. This is going to be Cheap Cheeps versus Bones, apparently, on the football pitch, which... Oh, if it's actually built in a water theme, then you can move freely, like it's in a top-down game. Which will be interesting. So yeah, we'll finish with this one today, I think, and then we'll do as much as we can for our last Maker 1 stream tomorrow. So, fishbone for the win? Well, certainly hope so. Let's take a look. We already had this massive fishbone level earlier today as well, so... We spent way too much time just running around in circles for the last two levels, so... we'll swim around in circles instead. Look at this. You start in the wall. And then this just shows you that you can kick like this. just the audience in the stands, perhaps, as you get ready to take the pitch. I suppose we're supposed to kick this further. The crowd cheering us on is a big deal as well. And yeah, this just remains in place, and of course, luckily it floats a little bit, so we can always continue to kick. We do have to make it across without losing the helmet. Very neat. Well, we'll take it across over here. We have to drop it in. Really? Oh, that's just actually at the center. Well, we do need to cut it through the center, so let's just send it down. And it's better if we kind of take this lower angle. And yeah, Mang, this game is full of bullies. I lost the helmet. Let's not despawn anything though. We're still within the screen. We're okay, right? Spawn-wise? No, we despawned it. It's one of the worst things to happen in football sometimes when you despawn the ball, right? So let's try it again. I killed my teammate. Oh yeah, that is my team, not the other team. We're right. Well, accidents happen. We didn't get along anyway. Let's grab this one. Fun concept, though. I mean, you know, not speedrunning this anytime soon, but... I'll just take this down over here. Oops. And, well, I mean, you know, we're playing at a bit of a disadvantage, but at least I'll get credit for the goal when we get there. Yeah, because the fish bones track you and try to tackle you, right? So... And of course they just run into the side of the pitch, which is perfectly fine. Then we just need to send it towards this lump. If we can. I feel like we're maybe close enough to the goal that maybe that's not the most valid positioning here, but well, let's send it down from below. And we just need to get the flop to squish the ball here. How do I send it down, though? I need to knock it up towards the ceiling and dunk it. Oh yeah, I just sent it down with this. Just nudge it gently over. There we go. There we are. And we'll walk off the pitch and then, well, maybe without busting up the whole audience along the way, that might not be the best way to go about this, but through the eyes of the cheap and the eyes of the fishbone, we've made it to the end. Goal, exactly. Kind of wonder how far off the speed record we are in this one. Okay, given how the navigational levels, the really simple, easy ones went over the past hour or so, I think it's better if I get some rest. And we'll try to come back for a good final Maker 1 stream tomorrow. Got lots to show off. A lot of codes I want to share as well. And we'll hopefully have a fitting finale to this game on the live servers. And yeah, Robert O'Malley, you're saying you'll be disqualified for 4 matches due to having killed not once but twice your teammate. Well, I mean, the servers are going down anyway, so I'm not really going to serve out the full duration of the red card. It'll carry forward to Maker 2, maybe. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me for so long, and especially for the big raid from Chess WC earlier today. Much appreciated. And of course, for some of the levels that were submitted by various viewers earlier in the stream as well, before we started focusing principally on the recommendation list. We will be back tomorrow, like I said, for one last Maker 1 stream. And I will run as long as I'm able to for that, just so we can say a proper farewell. But of course, if we start to, tire out a bit like we did today, who knows what happens. Let's try not to crash out for the big finish, though. Aside from that, I need to grab a whole ton of courses for my course bot too in the meantime, and finish doing that, and hack it all in. But for now, thanks for watching, thanks for coming by. Appreciate all the new follows and new viewers today as well. And have fun with whatever you are doing to bid farewell to this game yourself on your end. For now, we'll send you on to another destination. And until we meet again, as always, fare thee well.